Yeah. Respected President of an ICAI, Sri C.A. Niyar N. Jambu Sariya sir, and Central Council members, Sri Dayana Sharma sir, and Council member, Prasanna Kumar sir, and our regional council members, Harish Chandra Gelli sir, and Changal Reddy, and C.A. Mastan sir, and council members from managing committee members from Hyderabad branch, and CPE chapter convener from Nizamabad, and chairman of Warangal branch in his absentia, and chairman of Karimnagar branch in his absentia, and all the delegates and the senior members, very good evening. On behalf of Hyderabad branch of NSARCF and ICAI, it's an immense pleasure to welcome you all for the 3-day virtual conference. Also, pleasure to welcoming our beloved president, just now sir told that he is going to join in around 4:20. President ICAI and Central Council members, Daya sir and Prasanna sir, who rendered all support in organizing this program. I also welcome the land speaker of the day, Girish Ahuja sir, and C. Anchal Kapoor, who will addressing the delegates today. Friends, let us request all of you for raising the institute motto song. Ram Kumar, please.
येष सुप्तेषु जागृति येष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनाद्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता.
Yeah, thank you all. Dear delegates, this conference, as you all aware, is being organized under the aegis of Committee of Members in Practice of an ICAI and is being hosted by Hyderabad branch of SARCF and ICAI. The program is over 3 days starting from today, covering a wide gamut of topics related to income tax, GST, audit, and technology. This conference was designed to keeping in view the small and medium practitioners, and the topics were also carefully chosen. It's a matter of a pride for all of us that ICAI is a partner in national building despite of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 and other challenges in the economy. One of the major topics which we have chosen as a part of this 3-day program is on GST, with reference to the very important area, the ITC, and also GST issues and litigation. We are all aware that the government has made GST compliances like GST or 9C filing on self-certification basis by the taxpayer. There is also an increased scope for litigation in GST. It is also required to have a thorough conceptual and practical knowledge so as to excel in a litigation. We also have a session on income tax related to TDS provisions, the amendments to TDS provisions which has come into force with effect from April and July 21, which are very extremely important from the practitioner perspective. And we have a CA Girish Ahuja sir, and Sir Girish Ahuja sir, welcome for this webinar. Thank you so much for joining, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have a Girish Ahuja sir who is speaking on these amendments and its intricacies. I urge all the delegates to attend these sessions and get enriched. Delegates, we as a chartered accountants are capable of aligning ourselves with the changes in the environment and also outgrows the challenges posed by the economy. We have also shown our acumen in embarking technology in our profession and making best use of it. Therefore, it is these capabilities which increases the confidence in the minds of our clients that we are competent to advise them on how to reboot their business in tough times of a pandemic, restructuring these finances and devise the plans for the future also. I'm sure that conferences like this will act as enablers in meeting our role and expectations from the businessman. Friends, Hyderabad branch of an SARC has always been conducting regular programs as a part of its professional enrichment programs. We are proud to say that all our programs have delegate participation across the country and sessions were addressed by the eminent resource person of the national repute. We have conducted sessions on various domains like IBC, valuation, taxation, income tax, etc., which are well received by the delegates. In these challenging times, with the challenges posed by the COVID-19, we resolved to keep going by conducting various sessions virtually, wherein we had an unstinted support from the members, which was a great resource of a motivation for the managing committee of Hyderabad branch. I'm also confident that this program will develop a practical insights into the laws and regulations, which will also help us in long way in our professional endeavors. I wish you happy learning. Before I am handing over to Sri Dayaneva Sharma for addressing the members and gathering, I thank all the managing committee of both Andhra and Telangana and past chairmen of from the Hyderabad branch and past regional council members and past central council members and past president of an ICAI, Sri Devaraj Reddy sir, for supporting me for organizing this 3-day national webinar. And I'm happy to announce that more than 1,100 members are registered for this program. Thank you so much for active participation. Your active participation will encourage us to organize more and more programs from the Hyderabad branch. Thank you all. Now I request our Dynamic Central Council member from Hyderabad branch, Sri C.A. Dayaneva Sharma, to address the gathering.
Thank you, respected Chairman Macharao Garu. It's indeed a pleasure to be today among all the people. And when we have the Guru of Gurus, Bhishma Pitama of our entire accounting profession, Girish Ahuja sir, pranam to you.
Pranam, sir. Please don't take me to the height, and then throw me out from there. Please.
No, sir. You are always going to be in our heart.
That is a permanent position for you, sir. That's a permanent position. Nobody can reach that position.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
So, before the president comes, it is the Guru who actually takes the position. That's the reason I wanted to, invite and give my respects to my Guru, whose books I studied and actually became chartered accountant also. Followed with, in absentia, our president, Honorable Sri Nihar Jambusaria sir, who's been a guiding force and been playing a very critical role in the entire process of ICAI. Followed with the great support of our Vice President, Honorable Dr. C.A. Devashish Mitraji, who is actually shoulder to shoulder with our President and doing a lot of activities. Both of them are now in a different position with regards to they are actually hosting a special meeting at Udaipur for all of our IAS and bureaucrats and all other chartered accountants who have been in the civil services. So in their absentia, I thank them. Then more importantly, going to be the first person of our region, no other person than Mr. Chinnamastan. Thank you very much for making us all proud and ensuring that you hold the flag of Hyderabad at the southern level. Compliments to you. Naresh Bhai, thank you very much for your unstinted support all throughout every time. And then Chengal Reddy, who has been a great support in the entire process. More important part, which I would like to say is our respected, my colleague rather, I cannot say colleague, but there are some opportunities in life. You sit next to your father, sometimes you sit next to your brother, sometimes you sit next to your seniors also. And Prasanna sir has been a great support and inspiration for me in the entire process. Prasanna sir, thank you very much for giving Hyderabad an opportunity and giving us and national conference in Hyderabad under this committee for member in practice. You and Sanjeev Bhai has been a great support in the entire process, and you have been doing a relentless job. I'm going to take little time because this is one of the most important conferences which we have, and not less, but the strongest portion is basically chapter chairman, convener. Amrish Chandana is with us from Nizamabad. He's also given his total support, and many of them are there. The entire managing committee, which has been all throughout. Chairman rightly said by you, It was a great journey of 3 years. I think Hyderabad has actually demonstrated its brotherhood in a total true spirit. 3 years, which started from Bhanu Narayan, Pankaj Trivedi, and you continued that legacy of high quality performance and creating the awareness among our members in a true sense and disseminate the knowledge in a true manner. You have been conducting all these programs. What little we could support from our side, we have ensured that we support. But the warriors are no other person than the managing committee, members of Hyderabad branch, who have been doing the job relentlessly and continuing to support the entire system, ecosystem of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I compliment you on this National Conference Day, the kind of work you have been doing all 3 years without any thought.
Thank you, sir.
There is a very good quote which I would like to share, and including me, I am using Prasanna sir name for that particular purpose. We attract what we are ready for. We were ready to accept challenges. We attracted challenges and we ensured we delivered the challenges. This is something which has been demonstrated by Hyderabad branch, and being the first branch in the country to hold the virtual seminars at the national level. And last year, we have concluded more than 230 plus virtual seminars. And Chairman, you have continued that legacy very effectively. And I think the kind of topics you have collected was amazing. Somebody says very simple, when there is an opportunity, grab it. Then you learn, then you deliver. You have done that way effectively all throughout. And the most important, critical and the most heart-touching environment has been that the entire Hyderabad branch has stood together without any. Girish Ahuja sir, one thing which I would like to share with you, you are a most respected person. Our entire Hyderabad branch in last 3 years have been working unanimously, strongly together without having any elections in the branch for the positions. This is something which I would really compliment today. My entire team, so well managed. Hats off to you guys. Excellent. I am proud of you and you make me proud equally. And when we have a person like Girish Ahuja sir who is going to give us blessing, it will make a whole lot of difference to continue this legacy in a true spirit. Friends, today's session, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, I'm going to come and talk on my topic, which is going to be on the networking of firms and much more. That's going to be very interesting. So I'll take my time at that point in time. But this opportunity, I didn't want it to miss to compliment my entire team, which has made me also a team member, to make me work with them. They have given me a great opportunity. I'm really thankful to you all, guys. Might be this is going to be my last appearance before you all. So let me wish you all a great and healthy life. And, we continue to do, the learning is going to continue without any fail. And we all are there from back end to support the entire branch, members and the students. Compliments to you all. And Prasanna sir, last but not least, thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Dayaneva sir. Really, from Hyderabad branch, we are really blessed to have a Central Council member like you. You are a true leader who has given a complete hand-holding and a free hand to our managing committee to run our branch. And at this juncture, I would like to thank, because you correctly recognize the team spirit and positive spirit of Hyderabad branch. I would like to say thanks to all our seniors, Pankaj Kumar Trivedi sir and Bhanu sir, and youngsters and debuts, Deepak Ladda, ACS sir, and Satish Kumar and Rajambal, and all our 3 regional council members, Naresh sir and Mastan sir and Changal sir. Thank you, Dayaneva sir, for your wonderful words. And now I request our man of the day, Prasanna Kumar sir, who has helped and who has given opportunity to organize this wonderful national conference at Hyderabad. I request you to kindly address the gathering, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Macha.
Yes, sir.
Most respected CA Nehar Jambusaryaji, the Honorable President of ICAI, who is going to join in a couple of minutes from now. And respected CA Macharao, the Chairman of Hyderabad branch, the host branch for this program. And respected CA Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, the Chairman for Committee for Members in Practice. He is also on travel. He is not able to attend it today. Probably he may attend tomorrow, day after tomorrow, because he is also held up in a meeting in Udaipur. CA Dayaneva Sharma, my colleague in the Central Council and a dynamic leader from the Southern region. And CA Dr. Girish Ahuja, a speaker, the opening batsman, the opening speaker for the 3 days conference we're holding. The CA Chinnamastan, the vice chairman of SARC of ICAI, CA Naresh Chandra Gelli, the past vice chairman, and Sikasa chairman for the current year from SARC, CA Changal Reddy, regional council member, and CA Ravi Kumar, the chairman for Warangal branch, CA Aditya, the chairman of Karimnagar branch, CA Deepak Ladda, the vice chairman of Hyderabad branch, and CA Satish Kumar Mailavarapu, the secretary of Hyderabad branch, CA Rajambal, the treasurer, the CA Pankaj Trivedi, the past chairman of Hyderabad branch, and CA Bhanu Narayana, another past chairman from Hyderabad branch, and ACS Reddy, the Sikasa chairman, and Ambarish, the convener of Nizamabad, chapter of SARC of ICAI, my dearest dear delegates and friends, ladies and gentlemen. So good evening to all of you. It's a proud privilege for me to join the 3-day national conference, which is organized virtually by the Hyderabad branch. And the Hyderabad branch, as all of you know, a dynamic branch, CA Dayanama Sharma has already told. So I want to speak a couple of sentences about Hyderabad branch. I don't think I'll be able to improve upon what he has told already. So very nicely he has put it. So a good team they have. In fact, for the first time in the recent past, if I have to see that, Hyderabad branch has been adjudged as a, best branch at all India level. So position is not important. First, second, third is not important, but the position has come amongst the which is stiff competition. So that's the way the entire team has worked. I do recall. So when we told, that when this was announced, Pankaj Trivedi was just telling, I was there with him at that hotel. He said, Anna, this particular award which has come to Hyderabad, it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to my entire team, including Central Regional Council Member Managing Committee. That's the way they worked. So compliments to Hyderabad branch for that. So at the outset, I thank Hyderabad branch for accepting to host the national conference virtual platform today. So I welcome all the panelists and a special welcome to CA Dr. Girisha Ojaji. So very first time, very difficult to get his time. I spoke to some Hyderabad branch will organize so-and-so program. So he had to join. I know he's very busy every day, almost 5-6 hours. He's I don't know how he manages his time. Anyway, there's a research to do it. So he immediately said, yes, he's a Hyderabad, I'm joining for this particular meeting. So thanks to you, I welcome him. And I welcome all the delegates. So we have responded very well. And crossing 1,000 is not a small number. Given the number of programs that we're having. Almost every day in the morning, evening, afternoon, we're having so many programs organized by various committees, regional councils, and branches at this point of time. So getting enrollment of 1,000 with payment. I'm not talking without payment. By paying 300 rupees, all of them joined. The compliments to
President sir. 1,100. Sorry for interrupting you. 1,100 plus, sir.
Oh, 1,100. Okay.
Sorry.
Good. So the committee for members in practice, all of you know, we have not only been conducting many webinars and seminars, but disseminating knowledge and improving the skill sets of all the members in practice. So that we have been doing a lot of webinars were done of paramount importance topics were taken, which are useful to particularly keeping in view the small and medium practitioners. But that is a routine matter. So many people conduct it. Apart from that, we have been tying up with many beneficial schemes for the benefit of not only members in practice, but also members in industry and business also. So about which a detailed presentation will be made by me tomorrow at 5:30. A 45 minutes presentation I'll be making on this one. I don't want to deal with those things at this point of time. Friends, as you know, when CA Bhanu Narayana, he was the chairman. So committee for members in practice, that time I was also vice chairman of the committee. So we had an opportunity to conduct one program in Hyderabad. That was the flagship program for the first year when CA Bhanu Narayana was the chairman. So where we had a similar number, more than 1,000 have registered, and almost everyone has attended that meeting physically. It's a very good program organized. So it was with some people are commenting that is a part something like a regional conference they were conducted. Very nicely conducted that time. So compliments to on this occasion I'm recording the efforts put in by CA Bhanu Narayana on that occasion. Friends, as you know, in spite of the COVID-19 situation, nothing has come to a standstill in the institute. In fact, the knowledge levels and the skill sets of all the members have gone up because of time availability and the variety of programs that have been conducted by all the units and program organized units of the ICAI across the globe. And in fact, that time none of the activities of the institute has come to a standstill because thanks to SSP, so self-service portal was so active Though we had an initial hiccup that will be always there whenever you come into a new platform, a new software, the entire students' activities, members' activities were going uninterrupted. Uninterrupted service was there 24/7. Yeah, so in fact, see, Diana Varsham was also part of the team. See, Manu Agrawal and Aniket Talati, Anil Bhandari, they were all a part of the team. Excellent job is done by SSP. And coming to examinations, so the examinations, in spite of the COVID, we conduct the examination. So many for and against conducting the examination, things have come like that. In fact, this time, the dynamic leadership of CA Nikharji, first time we have announced the dates of the examination much before the results are declared. Normally, after declaration of results, only dates will be announced. This time, it has been announced for the first time, so that students can plan, and also our members also can plan to deploy this to give the leave and other things to the students. So we have with us Nehar Jambusareji, Honorable President, has just now joined, a stalwart leader. To deliver his presidential address, he has just now joined. I know he is he is in the midst of various VIPs across the length and breadth of all chartered accountants. Be in the public life, IAS officers, IPS officers, members of parliament, members of legislative assemblies, the ministers are all there. Overall, charter courts, a big program is going on Udaipur. In spite of busy schedule, he took his time out of that to address us for his presidential address. He's a great academician, teacher, practitioner, and industry also. He occupied the senior most levels in industry also. We rarely find such leaders who got a blend of all these qualities, all the requisite qualities and experience. He's a great visionary and motivator. He's a seasoned, experienced, and more matured leader. He has done excellent brand building for the institute, chartered accountancy, but in various media, be it electronic and print media, everywhere. He has done excellent work for that. We're all proud of him. He believes in the inclusive growth and a collective leadership. The learning, we've got a great learning experience from him, the way in which we interact and learn from time to time from his talent. So every day is a learning experience for us. He believes in the consultative process and do the best for the ICA. He never say, this is my idea. You implement that. That's not the slogan. He always says, let us all discuss and a collective idea. Sir, we're proud to have you as the president of ICA at the top post helm of the office of ICA. Sir, we welcome you to Southern region and particularly Telugu states, where we're holding a national conference organized by our committee for members in practice. Dear delegates, with this I present you, Honorable President, and you all happy learning and knowledge enrichment these days. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, President sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful address, and I also thank for giving an opportunity for Hyderabad for organizing this wonderful webinar. And respected President sir, welcome to Hyderabad sir, and we are very much thankful for joining today. We take a pleasure in welcoming you, our beloved President CA Nehar N. Jambusari sir. Sir, in spite of your busy schedule, we are very much thankful for accepting our invitation and joining here today, for giving us a presidential address. And we are honored for your gracious presence for 3 days national conference at Hyderabad, hosted by the Hyderabad.
Okay, can I speak now? I'm in the middle of a meeting.
Yes, sir. I request you to kindly
come out to
address the gathering.
Yes, please, sir.
Sir, your video is off, sir.
President, sir.
Sir, your video is off.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Sanjeev Singhal-ji and Prasanna-ji, Chairman and Vice Chairman of CMP Committee, Hyderabad, and I'm not speaking the name of everyone for want of time, but let me at the outset congratulate you for organizing this national conference. And we realize that in the time that we are facing, it is very difficult to have physical conferences like before. And we have all adjusted to the new normal. And probably in future, all conference may be on hybrid mode. Prasanna ji has given overview of what is happening at the council and at ICAI. I would only lay emphasis on 3 or 4 aspects where I seek support from branches all over India. And that is, MSME sector has suffered the worst. During the pandemic, the institute this year has set up a dedicated committee and has come out with several courses to help MSMEs. So it is a win-win situation for MSMEs and the accountancy profession. If we are able to guide them properly, again the economy will come up, the businesses will revive, and we will get the direct benefit of that. The country will get benefit of it. Apart from this, the other initiatives that we have taken are in the area of sustainability. And who other than Sanjeev Singhal-ji, who is the chairman of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, can brief you on what initiatives we have taken. But the two very important sustainability goals, one climate change and another is the healthcare, which the entire world is facing today. I think our country should lead and show to the world that in these two initiatives, we have done the best. And this is necessary for the survival of Mother Earth. Another initiative which we have taken is plantation of trees. 10 lakh trees were planned to be planted. And I would request branch to give their cooperation. During exams, you have done excellent work by supporting the institute in holding the exam, and that is how the entire world has appreciated the way the exams were conducted. I'm sure that you all must be facing difficulty in accessing the income tax portal. But here the institute's role is very limited. We have to only point out what are the glitches and issues. But it is for the department which has appointed the vendor and the CBDT and the Infosys to sort out the difficulties. In the meantime, if our deadlines are getting exceeded, then we will approach CBDT very soon with a request to extend the due dates for several filing requirements. So, apart from this, we have launched Finance and Tax Literacy Drive, about which even Prasannaji would have briefed you. The videos are prepared on the website. It is available in 9 different languages. And I'm sure that you will promote this initiative among the general public. Again, this is a win-win kind of an initiative that Institute has taken. I'm sure that with the growth of knowledge, with the enhancement of knowledge of general public, even the accounting profession will grow. So with this, I wish the best to this conference. I wish the members will also take technological development seriously, like artificial intelligence, blockchain, data analytics, for which Institute has launched several courses. You will take benefit of it and be hands-on with technology, because technology will be the future of the profession. So with this, I wish grand success to this conference. I'm sure that the participants will take a lot of value from this conference home. Thank you so much. For want of time, I'm not talking long. I'm sure you will appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, President, sir.
Thank you, President, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir.
Thanks for joining the webinar and thanks for your valuable presidential address. Sir, we'll ensure our participation regarding the development of an MSME and healthcare and plantation of trees. We are already doing from the branches, sir, and very rightly quoted practical issues in a website of an income tax. And we are very much thankful, President, sir, and all the team for a wonderful program, financial and tax literacy. This is a beautiful program received, and I thank all the Central Council members and Helm of Affairs for doing this wonderful activity or wonderful initiative from an Hyderabad branch. Thank you all. Thank you, President, sir. Thank you, President, sir, and Adaya, sir. And
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, all. It's my proud privilege to offer a vote of thanks for this virtual national conference inaugural session on behalf of Post Branch, Hyderabad branch, and organizers committee for members in practice of ICAI. We thank President of ICAI, CA Nehar N. Jambusarya, Conference Chairman of Committee for Members in Practice, CA Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal for gracing this inaugural session in the absentia of Sanjeev sir. We thank Conference Director CA Prasanna Kumar D, Central Council Member from Vizag, and CA Dayaneva Sharma, Central Council Member from Hyderabad. DSS, please accept our heartfelt thanks for accepting our request to grace the occasion and giving us a helping hand in conducting this national conference in a very smooth manner. We thank conference coordinators CA Chirmastan Talkaila, Vice Chairman of ICAI, and CA Naresh Chandra Gilli, Sikasa Chairman of SIRC, and C.A. Chengal Reddy Garu, Regional Council Member, for their valuable suggestions for this event. We thank all the speakers of the 3 days for accepting to share their knowledge and wisdom to us. Dear speakers, we are really privileged to have all of you with us, and we are very eagerly waiting to hear from all of you. Yeah, our special thanks to all the delegates who registered for this program, and thanks to all of you for this national conference, the grand success by your enthusiastic participation. I hope and wish all our members will get benefit from this 3 days national conference. We thank entire management committee of the Hyderabad branch and SIRC for their perfect planning and coordination with the conference chairman and coordinator for successfully conducting the event. Our special thanks to Chairman of Hyderabad branch, C.A. Machara Menavalli, who spent a lot of time in arranging this program with the help of our CTM, C.A. Prasanna Sir and C.A. Dayana Sir. We thank all the staff of Hyderabad branch and other delegates and staff led by Mr. Ramkumar, who are very instrumental in conducting and communicating with the respective departments and members. With this, we are thanking God for our inaugural session, and we are going to start our technical session first.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, the financial tax literacy thing, that the convener was Dayanava Sharma. He is the person who developed it. Yes. I compliment him because President mentioned that one. I want to bring it now. It was he has done the entire thing. It's a very interesting one. Everyone should go through that. Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. Now I request Chinamastan sir, Vice Chairman SIRC, to coordinate the session of Tax Guru Sri Girish Ahuja sir for first technical session. Over to you, Chinamastan sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
Respected Chief Guest and the President of ICAI, C.A. Nehar Jambusarya sir, and Central Council members of Telugu State, Dayanava Sharmaji and Prasanna Kumar Garu, my Regional Council colleagues, Naresh Galli and Chengal Reddy, and the present session speaker, C.A. Dr. Girish Ahuja, and senior members of our profession, and considered to be as a walking encyclopedia of Income Tax India, and managing committee members of Hyderabad branch, chaired by my dear best friend Machara, who made it happen. And my dear members joined this national conference organized by CMP committee of ICAI, hosted by Hyderabad branch of SIRC. Good evening to everyone, members. Literally, I don't have any words to talk in front of legendary personality in India, who is not less than, I can say, synonyms for the income tax law. As Daya sir said, sir, we have grown reading your books on the income tax, and even today we are referring your books whenever we get any doubt on income tax issues. It's a really honor for me to share the virtual dais with you, sir. I don't take much time, as members are keen on attending one of the most interesting topics linked up in today's program, recent amendments and emphasis on TDS provisions. Members, in recent days, we have witnessed several changes in the TDS provisions. I am sure Dr. Girish Ahuja ji will enlighten the members on several such aspects. And today, and members who definitely benefited with these sessions. Members, I have been given an opportunity, sir, who does not require any introduction anyway. I personally feel introduced it very short manner, less than 1 minute. Sri Girish Ahuja ji, as a fellow member, qualified in the year 1970 and was the rank holder both in intermediate and final examination, and he was done the BCom Honors from one of the reputed Commerce Institute in India, Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi, in the year 1965, and MCom from the same college in the year 1967. He has done his PhD from the Delhi University in the year 2009. To name the complete list of positions Girish Ahuja sir has occupied, one full session may not be sufficient. Anyway, presenting few of the notable positions, he has been nominated by Government of India as a member of Task Force for redrafting the Income Tax Act, and nominated by the Government of India as a part-time non-official director to the Central Board of Directors of State Bank of India. He was appointed as an independent director for 3 listed companies. As everyone known, he has authored over more than 28 books on the direct taxes, both for the students as well as professionals. He delivered more than 2,800 lectures on various topics of direct taxes organized by the various organizations. And finally, members, he is the president of association for over a period of 20 years. With this small introduction, I would request Girish Ahujaji to take on the session. Sir, this is the session is yours for the next 1.5 hours. Jai Hind, Jai Jai. Thank you all.
Good evening to one and all.
Good evening.
The Vice Chairman of the Committee for Members in Practice, CA Prasanna Kumarji, and of course, very dynamic person from Hyderabad, Central Council member, CA Dayanavas Sharmaji, Chairman of the Hyderabad branch, Mahachar Ram Minaveli. I'm really very happy to learn that there are no elections in there for the last 3 years.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, this regional council member, Naresh Chand Giliji, his daughter is also from Shri Ram College of Commerce. It's not me. His daughter is also from Shri Ram College of Commerce. Mr. Changal Reddy ji. The other gentlemen, I don't think the others are there, but Mr. Satish Kumar ji. Jambu sir is already left. Joined. He also the names were, so I noted down those names, but I'm not able to see them. If I miss anybody's name, please excuse me for that, ladies and gentlemen. Well, friend, regarding intricacies in TDS, the name itself says TDS, but these days it is no more TDS because we are very used to such things happening day in, day out. These days, TDS or TCS is not only for tax collection, but also for monitoring many transactions. Their purpose is not the collection of tax. Their purpose is the data mining, collection of information. And that's why Section 206C1H and now 194Q were introduced, where TDS rate or TCS rate is only 0.1%. So, Mr. Naresh Chand, 0.1% is nothing, Mr. Gilly. It's nothing. It's only for data mining. 0.1%. So much of work we'll have to do, but that is being done for data mining, for linking your transactions and finding out what is happening. You already know that GST has been linked with the what you call income tax department. They have got for the understanding it has been linked. Now they would be seeing so many things, Form 3B or 2A or so many things from there, from GST returns, which will be linked with the income tax department. And that's why on the purchase of the goods or the sale of the goods, purchase of goods now TDS and 194Q, sale of goods, I'll tell you 206C1, what is the purpose? The purpose is data mining. The purpose is not collection of tax at source. Even collecting TCS on the sale of vehicle. You buy a vehicle, you buy a motor car for more than 10 lakh, it is data mining. Whether you are properly recording, whether it is properly looked for or not, the purpose is different. So let me tell you, things have changed altogether. But what properly done is to see that everybody files a return. Another point, they have added one now section 1206AB and 206CCA. What is the purpose of 206AB? The purpose is file your return of income if you are required to file. And if you have not filed your return of income of the last 2 years, I'll tell you, but just and TDS or TCS deducted is more than 50,000. The TDS to be deducted will be double the rate, or TCS to be collected will be double the rate. I'll tell you that. But what is the purpose? Purpose is please file your return of incomes. The purpose there, because they want complete data. of everyone. So they have told you that if you do not file your return of income, people are, we have, sir, we have a people, Mr. Rock, we have a people who are under 194C, the tax is deducted at source at the rate of 1% or 2% for work contract. After deducting the tax, those gentlemen deducting, they do not file a return of income. They do not file return of income. They say, how much is the amount? 1%. Okay. Thanks to the government, you have paid 1% or 2%. Let us not file the return. They have been told that if you don't file the return, the tax rate will be much higher. And if you don't have a PAN number also, it will be much more than what is given in there. So I'll be coming to that also. One relief they wanted to give you, which is only humbug, which is nothing, absolutely nothing. So I start with that 194P. You need not file a return of income. Very good. I was very happy. You need not file your return of income. But was said what? That if a specified, they have made a revision, notwithstanding anything contained or any other provisions of the Income Tax Act, in case of a specified senior citizen, the specified bank will have to deduct the tax at source on the total income of that person after giving him the benefit of Chapter 6A, that is deduction under Chapter 6A ATC, and after giving him the rebate under Section 87A. You need not file a return. I was really surprised. What a wonderful thing that you are not supposed to file a return of income. But who will deduct the tax? Specified bank. In whose case? Specified senior citizen. And when the practical came, they said, look here, you should have only two sources of income. Then only you need not file a return of income. You are a specified senior citizen. Only two. Pension. And second is any interest on bank deposit. Whether it is saving bank deposit, it is FDR or interest on bank deposit. Only two items. You need not file a return of income. But wait. The account should also be in the same bank. Means when you are getting pension, you are getting pension through the bank holding. And when you are getting interest, that interest is also with the same bank. There can't be two banks. One bank for pension, other bank for interest, no question. So you will be having account only in one bank relating to your FDR, relating to your recurring deposit, relating to your saving bank, and also you are getting pension from there. What kind of a relief is this? Hardly any relief. And what is the relief? It's not that you have not to file a return of income. They have said the TDS will be deducted by the specified bank on the entire total income after giving you a benefit of Chapter 6A and giving you a rebate of 87A. Then you don't file a return. I thought that they have given exemption to the senior citizen for not filing a return. It's not that. The TDS will have to be deducted and only two kinds of income. No other income. Only two kinds of income, and that income is coming from the same bank. It is not coming from different bank. It is coming from the same bank. So that means you are supposed to get the pension from that bank, and you are also keeping money in deposit in that bank also. If you have more than one bank, no question of this benefit. So it's hardly a benefit. It's all election propaganda, as we will find election propaganda going on now from Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. Very recently, the elections are going to be there for all of us. Mr. Prasanna Kumar is there. He is also contesting. Mr. Dayanavas Sharma is also there. They are also contesting. Obviously, they are all contesting. And they have to be there. They are here only for 2-3 more days. Thereafter, you can't see them on the video. You can't see them on the program because of the code of conduct. Everybody knows. Because of the code of conduct, they will not be seen. But of course, they will have to work very hard. And they are doing very good work. I'm telling you. They are doing very good work in the Institute of Chartered Accountants. Yeah, Central Council. Appreciate the work done by both Mr. Dayanavas Sharma or our Prasanna Kumar, others also. I'm not saying anything. But these two persons, and they really work very hard. young gentlemen, work very hard. Mr. Sanakumarji also very busy. Dayanavad Sharmaji also very busy. The others are not there, so why should I name them? Had they been there, I would have named them also. Central conference. So they're coming back. So what I'm trying to explain, 194p is just a humble. It's nothing new, nothing very. Don't bother that this is just to get some publicity that we have done a good job for specified senior citizen. Hardly any job. No, nothing of that. Very few person will get this benefit because everybody may be having more than one account, at least in more than one bank account. There you are not getting this benefit. Even 1 rupee income of a rent or any other except interest. Again, you have to file a return of income. So what is this that you are so poor that you have only 2 incomes? One is your pension income, the another is your interest income. There, and that too, you have not been given exemption for not paying tax. You have been given that on your behalf, the tax will be deducted by the specified bank and deposited on your behalf, and therefore you need not file the return. Thank you very much. The government should be appreciated and clap for this. Hardly anything. Just I wanted to say this is one. Coming to the next point, I would take 94Q and 206C1H last of all, because there a lot of things have to be discussed. Another point is, I've noticed people are not filing return of income. I told you, even after deduction of tax at source. They say, what is the use of filing a return of income? And they don't want to claim refund also. A small amount of refund. He said, why invite problem? Now they have brought, earlier there was a section 206AA, you know that if you don't provide the PAN, you have to deduct the TDS at highest of the 3 rate prescribed in the Income Tax Act, rate prescribed, rate in force, and of course 20%. Out of this, whichever is higher. For certain item, it is not 20%, it is 5% maximum, that I'll tell you later. But 206AA was not providing the PAN. Agreed. And many times, you have provided the PAN to the banks. And in one case, they have deducted TDS at the normal rate. In the another case, they have deducted TDS at the 20%, saying that you have not provided the PAN. Same bank. I have a FDR in the same bank. 4 FDR. 2 FDR, they have deducted 10%. Other 2 FDR, they have deducted 20%, saying that you have not provided PAN. How can this be possible? In the same bank, I have a FDR. The same bank is deducting. Fault lies with them. Why didn't they update this PAN number when I have provided the PAN number for saving bank account, I have provided the PAN number for FDR, and you have the PAN with you, and you KYC also every year. And you're saying the PAN number is not. And the banks have done mistake of deducting 20%. It's not a question sometimes. Sometimes when the 20% deducted and your PAN number is not there, you will not get credit of that number. You will not get credit that amount. Even if the 20 deducted, okay, then I will adjust that amount. But if you don't get credit, how will you do that? So that is also a problem. The banks are committing a lot of mistakes also. But that was 20% for not providing PAN. Now a new section 206AB. What did it say? Notwithstanding anything contained under the provisions of the chapter 17. In case of a person, certain person, who have not filed the return of specified person, I'll say. In case of a specified person, the tax will have to be deducted at higher of the following 3 rates. Please note what I'm saying. Notwithstanding anything contained under the provisions of chapter 17B, other than section 192, that is salary, section 192A, that is accumulated provident fund, section 194B, that is lottery, etc., 194BB, 194, that is withdrawal of cash, 194 LBC. Other than these sections, if you are a specified person, then in your case, tax will be deducted at the twice of the at the following rates. Number one, twice the rate, higher of the following rate, twice the rate prescribed in Income Tax Act. or twice the rate prescribed, a rate in force. And third is 5%. Higher of the three. One is twice the rate given in Income Tax Act. Let me tell you, all of you, for TDS, rates are given at two places. For TDS, rates are not given only in Income Tax Act. Somebody may commit a mistake. For TDS, rates are given at two places. One is under the Income Tax Act relevant section. And Mr. Rao, Master Rao, the TDS also somewhere it is written at the rate in force. Where in section it is written at the rate in force, it means the rates are given in Part 2 of Schedule 1 of the relevant Finance Act. Part 2 of Schedule 1 of the relevant Finance Act. Like Section 193, interest on securities. The rate is not given, sir. In the case of interest on securities, rates are not given in the Income Tax Act. It is not in 194.3. It is given in Part 2, Schedule 1 of the relevant Finance Act. Rate for 194A, interest other than interest on securities. It is written there, section, if you really look up, at the rate in force. Wherever the word rate in force is given, sir, it means it is not given in the Income Tax Act. Where it is given in Part 2 of Schedule 1 of the relevant Finance Act. Is this clear to see? Sir, rate in force at the rate of such and such person. There is one more also, which is not relevant here, but let me tell you, since I'm talking to you, TDS on salary, where it is given, how much TDS you have to deduct on salary, where it is given, rate of TDS on salary, where it is given. Is it given under section 192? No. It is written rate in force. Is it given in Part 2 of Schedule 1? No. If it is not in Part 2 of Schedule 1, sir, it is in Part 3 of Schedule 1. Part 3 of Schedule 1 is for rate of TDS on salary as well as advanced income tax rate. Sir, Part 3 of Schedule 1 gives you the rate of advanced tax, rates of advanced tax to be clear, as well as rates of TDS on salary. That is given in always part. Somebody will say, sir, I have seen in the book. I don't know where the rate given. It is given in the book which I am reading. What is the book you are reading? Don't read the textbook. What I am trying to explain, the rates are given either in the relevant section, or the rates are given at force, means Part 2 or Schedule 1, and one rate is given in Part 3, that is TDS rate on salary. You must be should know that. So try to see Schedule 1, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Part 3 is advanced tax rate also, as well as rates of TDS on salary. Part 2 is wherever the word rate in force is written in section, you have to go to Part 2. Like 195 non-resident, at the rate in force, where are those rates? There. On lottery, you have to deduct 30%, but that 30% is not given, sir, in Income Tax Act. You say, you have read the book. The rate is given in the Part 2 of Schedule 1 of the Income Tax Act. Finance Act, relevant Finance Act. Even for horse race, card game, gambling activity or anything, the rate is not there, sir, in 194BB. No, it is written at the rate in force. Then we will have to shift to rate in force is Part 2 of Schedule 1 of the relevant Finance Act. Clear, sir? Clear? This point one must know. We have done CA, we have done a lot of things, but we still are not able to read our act. So much of difficulty in that section. Under that section, there is subsection. Still, it is not complete. After subsection, there is clause. Still, it is not complete. After clause, there is a subclause. Still, it is not complete. After subclause, what is there, sir, Mr. Changal Reddy? After subclause, what is there, sir? After subclause, Loda, sir?
Proviso.
No. After subclause, it is not proviso. Anybody after subclause. In many sections, after subclause, there is item. And after item, there is sub-item. And then sir provided that. And thereafter provided further that. And thereafter provided also that. And thereafter provided also that. Then you keep on adding also. First proviso provided that. Wherever it is not provided that, it is first proviso present now, sir. It is first proviso provided that. Wherever it is not provided further that, it is second proviso. And thereafter, keep on adding also. Just say, you also add the vote of thanks. I thank Girish Ahuja. I thank such and such. Then you start talking. I also thank. I also thank. I also thank. I also thank. Keep on adding also in provisos. And then it is third proviso, fourth proviso, fifth proviso, sixth proviso. There are 20 proviso under section 10 clause 23C. 20. Still it is not complete. Explanation. Explanation number 1, explanation number 2, explanation number 3. And you are looking for a comma. The full stop is after 6 lines. This is our income tax act. This is our income tax act. I remember talking. I remember I got there, sir. Some gentleman there said you should read one section. Sir, I am not able to understand the section of income. Read the book, not the section. I said, you're not reading. He says, sir, never read, taking my exam. After nobody feels studying, and even pick up the book and read it. Who will read the section? I said, start reading the section. He read the section. And he rang me up after reading one section. Sir, what happened? Sir, I have read one section and it taken me 4 hours to understand that section. Sir, how will I said, don't worry. At least one section you have read, 4 hours you have devoted, no problem. But at least you now remember. Sir, wait for a minute. I said, what happened? Sir, last line it was written, it is not applicable from assessment year 2017-18. He says, sir, it was written applicable. I said, did I tell you how to read it? Whenever you read Income Tax Act, first see the last line, whether it is abolished. So there are so many sections in the Income Tax Act which have been deleted, which are not there, which are not meant for you, but you still keep on reading it. So my point is, this is the problem with our sections. Even we don't read it, but I'm telling you, rates are given. Now 206 AB, what does it say? Notwithstanding anything contained, except this section. If you will deduct the tax higher of the following rates, sir, what rate, Mr. Rao? Number 1, twice the rate prescribed in the Income Tax Act. Number 2, twice the rate in force. Now you know the difference between twice the rate prescribed in income tax and twice the rate in force. Where are the rate in force given? Part 2. And twice the rate of Income Tax Act given in section. And then it is written 5%, whichever is higher. That means if 194J, the rate is 10%. And if you do not, if you are a specified person, the rate will not be 10%. It will be double the rate, that is 20%. Somewhere rate is 5%. It will be double the rate, 10%. Somewhere rate is 1%. It is not double. Higher the 3. Third is 5%. 5%. Then in that case, if double is less than 5, 5. If double is more than 5, higher of the 3. Correct, sir? What is a specified person? Who has not filed his return of income for 2 assessment year relevant to the 2 previous year, immediately preceding the previous year, relevant to the assessment year for which you are deducting the tax. And his TDS deducted or collected for the last 2 years is rupees 50,000 or more in each previous year. 2 conditions. What condition is? That for when you are going to deduct the tax at source this year, when have you filed the return of income of the past 2? 1 minute, sir. Some urgent call for a minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please, sir.
Thank you. I said what I was saying. You have not filed your return of income for 2 assessment year relevant to the 2 previous year, immediately preceding the previous year in which tax is to be deducted at source, provided the time period of that has expired. For those 2 assessment year, time period of filing the return has expired. Now, which time period has expired? Till today. This year, return date has not expired. Agreed? For which assessment year? For which assessment year? 21-22 assessment. Right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right, sir? Now, which year you will say? Previous year 21-22 means previous year 2021. You will have to go 2 before that. That is 18-19 and 19-20. If he has not filed a return for those 2 previous year, both the previous year, both. If he has filed one, no problem. Both the previous year. And then second point is and. Please note the word and. TDS and TCS. Both amount to rupees 50,000 or more in each of the 2 previous year. If these conditions are there, you are a specified person, and your case TDS will be deducted at the twice the rate. Twice the rate given in Income Tax Act, or twice the rate given at the rate in force, or 5% out of the 3, whichever is higher. Clear, sir? Then they have put another point. Suppose in this case, you have also not provided the PAN number. Suppose in this case, you have also not provided the PAN number. So what will be the rate? Rate prescribed in 206AA or 206AB, whichever is higher. Whichever is higher. Now the position was, we were told, how will we come to know that he has not filed the return of income of 2 assessment year of the 2 previous year, immediately preceding the previous year in which tax is to be deducted? How do we know he has not filed? And secondly, how do we know TDS or TCS is 50,000 or more for the last 2 years? You were supposed to given a portal where you had to log in, putting his a PAN number, and you would have got the information. But thanks to the good portal which we have made, thanks to the wonderful portal we are having these days, you are not able to file your return of income. What to talk about? You are not able to file your 10A form. You are not able to do anything. And every time you are told that it is under repair or maintenance. Now the finance minister has given another 15 days to rectify the defect. And I do not know whether this date of 31st August, which is falling very near, only 4 days, and you are getting a notice, have you filed Form 10A? How do we file 10A? Tell me, na? I try to file 10A throughout the day. I'm not able to file even one form completely. And you are saying Form 10A. According to me, the date should be extended. Today there was a meeting also of our institute directors committee, and we have sent a recommendation to the government for extending the date. And at least we have also told them, why are you charging interest of 234A? That is self-assessment tax. You know that self-assessment tax, if it is more than 1 lakh and date has already expired, earlier date has expired, you have to pay interest on that. We said we are willing to file a return, but we are not able to file it. So you are saying you have not paid your tax. Kindly extend that date also. Let us see what will happen. They keep on asking the institute, and we are in the habit of telling them, please extend the date. It is always there. And then they say, they put a burden on us that you are always asked for extension. What can we do? We are wasting our time in 1 full day. We are not able to file even 1 return, or we are not able to file even 1 Form 10A. How will we work? And every blame is on the chartered accountant. They don't take the blame on them. Coming back. Okay, sir. Okay. So is it clear? Any question on 206AB, 206AA, or any question of 94P? If there are there, please ask before we proceed further. If there are questions of that, please ask those. I'll give the answer here, and then we talk about the second part, 194Q and 206AB amendment with 206C1H. Any questions, sir? Who's the host for the today's program? May please look to that. If they have problems, they can ask questions.
Yeah, as of now, there is no question, sir. I'll update you, sir, next.
Okay. Please check me, stop me wherever you want. You can
Yes, sir.
keep on asking questions. It is better to solve the problem there and then instead of waiting for the session to be over.
Done, sir.
Right, sir?
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
continue now. Now, I told you in the beginning, the purpose of TDS or TCS may not be for collection of tax at source. You know that. It's not always. When they brought 206C1H last year, with effect from 1st of October 20, remember, TCS provisions were brought in for amount received more than 50 lakh in a year for supply of goods. Remember, sir, you were supposed to collect TCS at the rate of 0.1% from 1st of October 2020. Although originally law it was 1st July, there was extended to 1st of October 2020. What was that law? Every person, be a seller, remember, who receives any consideration from the buyer, other than from the buyer of the goods, other than goods which are exported outside India, of an amount exceeding 50 lakh in a year, is under an obligation to collect the tax at source at the rate of 0.1% of an amount exceeding 50 lakh. Remember, sir, seller was supposed to collect TCS, but the collection of TCS was on the basis of receipt basis. The amount consideration received. Supply was not important. What was important is consideration received during the previous year should exceed 50 lakh. Right, sir? And you have to collect the TCS not from the beginning on amount exceeding rupees 50 lakh. TCS at the rate of 0.1%. Collection of TCS. Who was supposed to collect? Seller of the goods. At what time it was supposed to be collected? At the time of receipt of the consideration of the goods amount exceeding rupees 50 lakh. At that time, there were a lot of problems. Remember, seller definition was also given. Seller means whose gross turnover or the gross sale or the gross receipt of the, sir, my dear sir, of the business exceeds rupees 10 crore in the immediate previous year, immediately preceding the relevant previous year, in which tax to be collected at source. Your last year, that means it was brought from 1st October 20. Am I right? So previous year 1920, seller turnover should have been more than 10 crore in that particular year. More than 10 crore of what the turnover? Of the business. Of the business. And when I say business, nowhere it isn't turnover of goods. Turnover. So even if that person is supplying goods and rendering services for the purpose of collecting, considering turnover, it will be both the entire turnover of the business. And you don't have to take anything of the rent or any other head of income. It's only business turnover, gross turnover, gross receipt, gross sale of the preceding previous year, immediately preceding the previous year, in which tax is to be collected, should have been more than 10 crore. And then there was a guidance note, circular which came. Remember, that circular came last year for telling you what are the item covered, what are the item not covered. And you have to collect the TCS from the buyer of the goods, not the seller, from the buyer of the goods when he makes the payment to you. When he makes the payment to you, you were supposed to collect the TCS, and the circular was given 19th by 2020, dated 29th of September 20. A circular came which gave you guidance how the TCS to be collected. And in that circular, they told you that it is on payment basis, receipt basis. So GST, we will not separate the GST from there. How do we know, sir, Mr. Rao? How do we know how much is the GST charge? Because we might be supplying goods which has GST of 12%, another has 18%, and 5% also in one bill. When you are collecting the payment, how do we know, Mr. Reddy, Chengal Reddy, that the payment has been received on which goods? So you will say on no GST to be deducted. It is the amount received should be more than 15 lakh. Remember, at that time it was clarified. And many other points were also clarified, but those points I'll clarify when I come to 194Q. But they clarified that the seller should have a turnover exceeding 10 crore of the last year. Current year turnover not important. We are not covered about the buyer turnover. They also told that if there is a tax has been deducted under any other section or collected under any other section, then in that case, section 206C1H will not be applicable. You might have collected tax, deducted tax under 194N e-commerce operator, 194 e-commerce operator is 194O. 194O, you might have deducted the TDS, or you might have deducted TDS under 206C1F, like 206C1H, seller of the goods of timber, tobacco product or alcohol. In that case, the TCS is collected, or scrap, TCS is collected the 206C subsection 1, or even motor car, when you sell it to the consumer and the motor car in black, TCS is collected at the rate, that 1%. Am I right, sir? TCS is collected on car. But here they specified, okay, when you sell it to the consumer, TCS is collected at the rate of on 10 lakh. Right. But suppose you sell to the dealer, 206C1 F was not applicable. But now, if the cars are sold to the dealer and you receive during the previous year amount exceeding 50 lakh, that 206C1F was per car. Here the number of car is not important. What is important is you have sold the car to the dealer and dealer has made a payment of more than 50 lakh to you in a year, you have to collect TCS. So manufacturer to dealer, 206C1H. But manufacturer to consumer or dealer to consumer, there was 206C1F. Remember, more than 10 lakh. Wait, now, suppose you are a company and you have bought 6 cars. Each car value is more than 9 lakh. How much is the total value of car? 54 lakh. 6 into 9, 54. Now, if you follow 206.1F per car, it is 9 lakh. So no TCS. But now, if you follow 206C1H, the aggregate amount received is more than 50 lakh. You will have to collect the TCS even from dealer. Agreed, sir? Then they talk about electricity or energy saving certificate or energy renewable energy or their securities through commodity exchange, etc., where TCS were not to be collected. Sir, not even 1 year passed. They have brought another section called 194Q. What was the need of 194Q when you had 206CH on the same line? The only difference was in the case of 206C1H, it was on receipt basis, means at the time of receipt of consideration. Whereas in 94Q, it will be at the time of credit, the value of goods credited, or at the time of payment, whichever is earlier. But whatever is the law, I'm coming to now then. Coming to 194P, which has been introduced from 1st of July. When a PS could answer, it does not made in month of February or March, and then they have to have procedural matter. So they are not applicable from 1st of April. They are mostly applicable from July or October. So TDS provision came. What is 194Q? Please read the language. I'm telling you, every person being a buyer of the goods responsible for paying any sum to a resident Please note the word resident. Hereinafter called the seller. Now, what is it? Every person being a buyer. Being a buyer.
Yes.
There it was seller. Now it is buyer.
Yes.
Responsible for paying any sum to a resident. Hereinafter called, what is called? Seller. 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 For purchase of goods. You are making payment of sum for purchase of goods. Value or aggregate value of which is more than 50 lakh. Shall at the time of credit of the value of that goods or at the time of payment, whichever is earlier, deduct TDS at the rate of 0.1% of the amount exceeding rupees 50 lakh. Are you noticing the point? Every buyer. I'll give you the meaning of buyer in a short. Every person being buyer. Every person being buyer. Buyer can be individual, it can be HUF, it can be firm, it can be AOP, BOI, it can be company, it can be anything. Any person being buyer of the goods. Sorry, buyer responsible for paying any sum to resident. Please note the word resident. Resident. Hereinafter called the seller. Towards the purchase of goods of the value of rupees 50 lakh or more, well, or aggregate value of rupees 50 lakh or more, shall at the time of crediting the value of that goods or at the time of payment, whichever is earlier, deduct TDS at the rate of 0.1% on the amount exceeding rupees 50 lakh. First point is here, buyer has to deduct TDS. Their seller was to collect TCS. Deduction, buyer doing deduction on behalf of seller. Who will get the credit of the TDS? Seller will get. And there, the seller was supposed to collect the TCS, and who was supposed to get the credit of that? Who was supposed to get the credit of that? The credit was supposed to be given to the buyer because his TCS was collected. So two different extremes, but keep on waiting. Buyer will deduct TDS on behalf of seller. Their seller will collect TCS from the buyer. The credit had to go to the buyer for that TCS. Here, credit has to be given to whom? To the seller. Correct, sir? For what is it done? Value of goods exceeding 50 lakh. When do you have to deduct the TDS? At the time of credit of that invoice or at the time of payment, whichever is earlier. You will deduct TDS at the rate of 0.1%. Then there is a proviso, who is a buyer. They said buyer means a person, any person whose total turnover or total sale or total received of the business, sir, of the business. Please be careful of the business of the previous year, immediately preceding the previous year in which tax is to be deducted, exceeds rupees 10 crore. Turnover exceeds rupees 1 crore, 10 crore. Then you have to deduct TDS now. And there it was seller supposed to collect TCS, his turnover more than 10 crore. Here buyer supposed to deduct TDS if buyer turnover is more than 10 crore. The question is, it is where we have to go. Do we have to go to 194H or Q, or we have to go to 206C1H? I tell you, but you have to deduct TDS. A buyer has to deduct. Wait a minute. They said in this question, they said subsection 2, that TDS has to be deducted whether the purchase of goods is credited to the party account or any suspense account or any other account by whatever name called. You have to deduct the TDS, not necessarily you are crediting the party account. You are crediting any suspense account or any other account by whatever name called, TDS will have to be deducted at source. Then they have said, look here, that the government will come out with guidelines. If there is some difficulty, government will come out with guidelines. And in next subsection, they said, subsection 4, those guidelines which are brought in by the government will be placed from each house of the parliament. They will place it before each of the parliament. And then subsection 5 says, no deduction of TDS if it has already been deducted under any other provisions of the Income Tax Act, or there is TCS already been collected under any other TCS section except 206C1H. Except 206C1H. What does it mean? Buyer has to deduct the TDS. If the buyer has deducted TDS under any other section, then here it is not to be deducted. Here it is not to be deducted. Or if the buyer has, if you have TCS has been collected under section 206C1 or 206C or 206CG, there is no need to deduct TDS here. If it is under 206C1H, you have to deduct under 206C1 and 194Q if 194Q is applicable. I'll explain. Then say they will give us the guidelines. They brought the guidelines through circular number 13, dated, you remember, 30th of June 21. They bring always the last day because you were supposed to deduct from 1st of July. The circular came, circular number 13 by 21, dated 30th June 21, giving you certain clarification on the point of TDS. The first clarification was, will TDS be deducted if you are dealing in securities or commodities which have been routed through recognized stock exchange? They said no. Although, sirs, listen to me carefully, all those shares, securities, and securities and commodities will fall in the definition of goods, but they said no need to deduct TDS if those transactions are carried on through recognized stock exchange or recognized clearing corporation. Clear, sir? No need to deduct. Then, if it is a case of electricity, I'll tell you, be careful. Case of electricity, renewable energy certificate or energy saving certificate, where that it is traded through the power exchanges, then no need of TDS to be deducted. Please, normal electricity bill, if it is coming from electricity supply undertaking, you have to deduct TDS. But if you have bought this electricity through power exchanges, there is in power exchanges, there is tri-party agreement. The power exchanges sell to one broker like stock exchange. Now in stock exchange, there is tri-party. The stock exchange, who's doing the transaction? I am doing the transaction, but I do the transaction only through the broker. Similarly, in case of power exchanges, the electricity, although supplied by power exchanges, but they don't give directly to the consumer, they give it through the broker. So that electricity, only that. If I'm taking electricity from Tata Power, no problem. It is not a power exchange. If I take electricity for BCS, Bombay State Supply, no, you will have to deduct the TDS if the amount is more than 50 lakh in a year. But otherwise, if you cut it through power exchanges, whether it is a renewable energy certificate or energy saving certificate, or it is electricity, if it is routed, traded through power exchanges, there is no need to deduct the TDS. The next question came, sir, what about GST? Will GST be included at the limit of 50 lakh? Because here, 50 lakh is purchase of goods also. There it was only payment. Here it is purchase of goods or payment, whichever is earlier. Am I right, sir? So, purchase of goods, will you deduct GST? They said, wait here. If it is purchase of goods and you are deducting TDS, please note GST will be excluded. GST will be excluded because in the bill you know what is the amount of GST charged. Like other sections, we have other 194J, we have any other section 194I where we don't include GST. So GST will not be included if there is a deduction of tax at source at the time of purchase. There is an invoice and you have credited that invoice or paid them. If the payment is earlier, then please wait. In the case of payment, GST will not be deducted because at the time of payment or advance payment, I do not know what is the value of the GST in it. So they are very, very clearly defined that if you are deducting on the basis of invoice, GST is not included for deducting TDS. Only principal amount will be there. But if you are receiving any advance, a payment is received before the supply, then in that case, on payment, you have not to deduct the GST. You will collect the TDS, deduct the TDS on the gross amount of the payment received. Is this point clear, sir? Before I proceed, it's very important. Yes, sir. Clear.
Yes, sir. Myself, Master. Yes, it's clear. There is a question also, sir. If you are comfortable, then we will go for the questions.
Question, please do ask.
Yes. Question from Chada. Sir, for identification of specified person, that is non-filers, if the income tax portal is not supporting, then what is the recourse available?
So far, you are not getting it through portal. So big firms have already taken an undertaking from the person who have filed the whether you have filed the return of income. Please give us an undertaking that you have filed, and if you give some proof, we agree to it because you are able to give the proof that you have filed a return, and you are able to give one copy of the return acknowledgement. They will agree, or they are asking for an undertaking that you have filed the return of income of 2 previous years, which has already expired. You have filed the return. Only one you can take because there are 2 words and 50,000 and 2 years. Each is 2 years. So if you have filed for 1 year, and if you have filed for current year, then also they say, okay, thank you very much, you have filed a return. So you will have to take a clarification till it is not able to go to the portal and directly find out whether he has filed a return of income. You can take an undertaking from that person that he has filed a return, or he can give you the proof of filing a return of income. There will be no problem. There will be no problem. Because you have to see that past 2 years, he has filed the return of income. Even if he has filed for 1 year, no problem. Both the year he is not filed. And both the year, 50,000 or more. If that is the position, then only is done. So that point is clear that today you are having a problem, but sooner or later, the portal will be all right, and you will directly log in and can find out whether he has filed a return of income or not. Okay.
Sir, one
Next.
Sir, the same member. Sir, section 194Q prevails over a 206C 1H. Then, in case of buyer fails to detect the tax at sources, whether owner shifts to on seller.
First point, sir. Since 194Q has come from 1st July, April to June, if the amount received is more than 50 lakh, you were covered under 206C 1H of the current year. In April, May, June, if you have received more than 50 lakh on account of past year sale, you are supposed to collect TCS. Correct, sir? Number 2, if April to May or June, you have received advance for sale of goods after July, after 30th June, law says still you don't have to collect TCS. If whatever amount you have received between April, May, June, if it is less than 50 lakh, and you have received that amount, or that advance payment, or whatever supply you have made during April, May, June, you do not have to deduct TDS on that. But for the purpose of collecting the limit of 50 lakh, you remember, you have to see from 1st April to 31st March, and not from 1st July. The turnover of April, May, June will also be included to calculate the total limit of 50 lakh if it is on due basis, that is on invoice basis, or amount collected between April, May, June, and there will also be considered for seeing total 50 lakh. So for considering the limit of 50 lakh, you have to start from April. But for deducting the tax, you have to do it from 1st July. Suppose you have already purchased goods worth rupees 40 lakh. In July, you further purchases goods up to another 10 lakh. You are not supposed to deduct TDS. After 50 lakh, you will deduct the TDS. But suppose from April to June 30th, already completed 60 lakh, no problem, no TDS. But from 1st of July, even 1 rupee TDS will have to be calculated. Because for calculating limit of 50 lakh, we have to start with April to March. But for the purpose of TDS, we have to start doing it from 1st of July only. And whatever has been done between April, May, June will not be considered for the purpose of deduction of TDS, but volume will be considered, value will be considered. Correct, sir? Other question.
Yes, sir. The other question, sir. Sir, amount received, but TDS not credited in 26 AS as on 31st March 21. How to get the TDS refund?
As on 31st March 21, which TDS? There was no provision of TDS here, TCS. You are talking about TDS of some other section also. Yes. Correct. There can be a possibility of TDS of some other section which has not been deducted, which is not reflected in the 26 AS.
Correct.
And major problem could be that one gentleman has not filed his quarterly return. If he has not filed his quarterly return, how will this will come in the 20CX? Or he has deducted the tax, has not deposited so far. So where is the question of his filing the quarterly return? My question in that case is, if it is TDS has been deducted and you have the proof that he has deducted that TDS, you have to approach. I have approached bank several times. They have not. It is not being reflected in 26 years, and suddenly I find the return has been given a wrong PAN number, or they have deducted 20%, and that's why they have not given my name or some other defect. You will ask the deductor to revise the return quarterly statement, and then only it will come in your 26 years. Otherwise, it cannot come in your 26 years. Sometimes what really happens is the person has filed the quarterly return late, and you have downloaded 26 years before that time. So please refresh and see, have the latest 26 years. It's quite possible that he might have filed the return late, and at that time when you downloaded to 26 years, at that time he might not have filed the return of income till that time. So please be careful. Whenever you have to see this, you have to go for latest downloading, latest one. If it download, there is some mistake, the person who has deducted, we have proof, we have to check up with them and tell them what is the problem. The government is not responsible for that. The deductor and deductee, they are responsible, not the government. But I tell you, you will have to see your 20 verify it properly, and if there is some mistake, point out that mistake to the deductor who has to file a revised return, revised quarterly return. He might not have deposited the tax also, we have to file the return. Right, sir? Next point.
The member requesting, sir, please covering the section 194N also in your discussion.
Let me come to first let me complete this, then we'll come to 194N. Let me complete this. I have not completed 194P. I'm continuing with that. The next point is that you are a buyer of the goods. Right, sir? When do you deduct the TDS? Previous year turnover should be more than 10 crore. If my previous year turnover is more than 10 crore, and here I'm getting more lakh purchase or advance payment than 50, I'm supposed to deduct. Yes, sir. If I deduct TDS, then the 2061H is not applicable. It is written. If it is my primary duty to deduct TDS and not 2061H. I will deduct that at the rate of 0.1%. Suppose my turnover is less than 10 crore, then I'm not responsible. Then the responsibility of this seller will be there. If the seller finds out that his turnover of the preceding period is more than 10 crore, then he has not to see the turnover of the buyer. He has to see his turnover, more than 10 crore. And if he's receiving more than 50 lakh during the previous year, whether on account of current year or on account of past year, if the amount received is more than 50 lakh, he will have to collect the TCS at the rate of 0.1%. But if both buyer and seller turnover is more than 10 crore, it is the duty of the buyer to deduct TDS and not the seller. However, they have given one relief in that circular that if by chance seller has collected, then you may not do it. But let me tell you, if it is not in your 26 AS or quarterly return, you may get a notice and you will have to have a problem for that, because 30% of the amount not allowed as deduction if TDS has not been deducted at source. You remember that? 30% is not allowed as deduction of the income if the TDS has not been deducted at source. So be careful. It is our duty, not the duty of the seller, if my turnover is more than 10 crore. If the turnover of buyer and seller are less than 10 crore, then nothing. Neither TDS nor TCS. If the turnover, the seller is more than, buyer is more than 10 crore, it is the duty of the buyer to deduct TDS and not the seller. If the seller turnover is more than 10 crore and buyer is not 10 crore, then it is the duty of the seller. But seller collect on receipt basis, buyer collect on due or receipt, whichever is earlier. Clear, sir? Buyer collected that. That point is also very important, which I wanted to tell. The threshold limit of 50 lakh has to be calculated from 1st April and not from 1st July. But TDS to be deducted from 1st of July and not from there. Right, sir? Clear? Now, they said if it is case of a non-resident, if the buyer is non-resident, seller is resident, buyer is non-resident, no question of TDS. Unless that buyer has a permanent establishment in India, no question of TDS. They have not specially given, but in the circular they have clarified. The buyer said where it is written, there is written that the resident seller. About buyer, it is not written every person being a buyer. The buyer said, I am a non-resident and I have bought goods for more than 50 lakh. Will I be liable to deduct TDS? If you go by the language of the law, it is yes. But if you go by a circular which is binding on them, they very clearly said if the buyer is non-resident, no liability of debts to be deducted at source by the buyer. Buyer will not deduct. And if the seller is non-resident, otherwise you are not deducted. Another very important point. Very, very important point. If the income of the seller is exempt, if the income of the seller is exempt, either under Section 10 or any other act of the government, then there is no need to deduct TDS at source. For example, let's say there is a seller whose income is exempt under Section 10. The seller is agricultural goods. The seller is of agricultural goods. His income is exempt under 10. Then in that case, the buyer need not deduct the TDS. Suppose the buyer of the goods, buyer of the goods is to deduct TDS. Buyer of the goods is to deduct TDS. Now, if the buyer is to deduct TDS, but if the seller income is exempt under some other section, you need not deduct TDS. If it is either under Section 10, there is no. Why? Who is going to get the credit of the TDS? Seller. Sir, seller is going to get, and seller income is exempt. Now you are forcing him to file the return, and then they say nothing doing. We are giving a relaxation that if the seller income is exempt under 10, income tax act 10, like university, whose income is exempt. If I buy goods from buyer, you can buy. In that case, they said nothing. Similarly, in the case of TCS, TCS were collected by the seller. Now, if I sell the goods to this university, am I supposed to deduct the TDS? They have clarified in this circular that if their income is exempt under 10, you need not deduct TDS at all. You need not collect TCS. Either way. Whose TDS to be TCS to be collected? Buyer. And if the buyer income is exempt, no need. Suppose there is a Reserve Bank of India buying goods and buyer income is exempt. Reserve Bank of India under Reserve Bank of India Act, not under Income Tax Act. So there is no need to deduct TCS by the seller if he is selling, let's say, certain item to whom? To the Reserve Bank of India. The other way around, seller income is exempt. Seller is selling agricultural goods. He had produced the agricultural goods selling himself. His income is exempt under 10(1). So why are you deducting tax? No need to deduct tax. Otherwise, he will have a responsibility of filing return of income to claim the refund of that. So they have clarified that also in their circular number 13 by 20,021 dated 30th June 21. They have clarified that also, that there is no need to deduct TDS in that case also. So is this fair, sir? That there also you need not file any return of income. You need not file any return of income if that is. I've told you about GST point. I've told you about electricity point. I've told you that in case of non-resident buyer is there, no need to deduct TDS. I've told you about the point of that if it is if the TDS is not applicable, TCS may be applicable between April, May, June. April, May, June, because TDS started from 1st of July and that TCS collected was from first earlier year. So there is no need to do that also. And now you have any question on this 194Q and 2061H, you can certainly ask.
Yes, sir. Few questions.
I think you have some question. Number is.
Yes, sir.
Please tell me.
Sir, there's a question where the seller is an agriculturist and there's a middleman who is the Kacha Adatya, as we call him. And the purchaser is a buyer whose turnover is crossing 10 crores. So when the buyer is making...
do not sell on his own behalf. Kacha Adatya sell on behalf of the farmer, the producer. So
but
therefore, you have to help. Pakka Adatya buys the goods, commission agent. They buy the goods and they raise the bill. That case, TDS to be deducted.
But the payment is made to the Kacha Adatya account. Is that...
Kacha Adatya in turn will give it to the farmer. But he raises bill on behalf of on behalf of farmer.
Okay, so the
allowed. Ownership, the property has not passed on to the Kacha Adatya. In the case, what is the difference between Kacha and Pakka? The ownership passes to the
principal and
he buys goods on his behalf. GST is a different thing. In GST, though, even you sell to the branch, you transfer to the branch, GST collected. But that does not mean it is a sale. When you are transferring goods to a branch, GST is collected. But that doesn't mean it is a sale. It is not a sale. It is not a purchase. There is no question of any collection, TDS or TCS, when you are selling to yourself. Don't come out with a picture of GST. GST is a very different type of a story. Altogether, branch transfer, there is a GST. You know that. Consignment, there is a GST. But if it is a Kacha Adatya, there is no question of that TDS or TCS.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Correct, sir?
Right.
Other question. Any other question?
Mastan sir, do you have questions?
Yes, it is there, sir. But members are requesting we'll go for the end, sir. Because
pardon me?
So members
are... Girish sir will take a questions at the end. Can we take
it?
Okay.
For my side, TDS, TCS is over. New provisions. Now you want any other provision to be talked, let me tell you that first. And then I'll open the house to ask any question on income tax. Not only TDS. Any question on income tax. So they can ask any question on income tax. But if they have any else to discuss in TDS, I can discuss. 194N is very simple. That if you withdraw from the bank, more than rupees 1 crore, the TDS is to be deducted. Right. But if you have not filed the return of income for the last 3 years, then in that case, TDS at the rate of 2% will be on 20 lakh. More than 20 lakh, you have to do that. So that point is very important. That is not your headache. That is the headache of the bank who has to do that, the process.
Yes, sir.
That's why the problem at all. TDS, they also have a facility of going to the port filed their amount. And withdrawal is more than 20 lakh. If you have not filed, they are supposed to deduct on amount exceeding 20. Otherwise, on amount exceeding 1 crore, you have to deduct TDS.
Yes.
Correct, sir? This is 194. Okay. Now you can ask question on any.
Yes, yes, sir. We can continue the question, sir. Yes, we can. Sir, the question is with respect to section 194 IA. Suppose the buyers purchase an immovable property which is co-owned by two persons equally. The total consideration.
Please, we have to deduct property-wise, not owner-wise. Otherwise, you will be put into problem. Deduct for the property value because there they don't give owner-wise. They give you the figure from stamp duty authority. If it is more than 50 lakh, what is that amount? 50 lakh. They will deduct. Please deduct on the value of the property. Although you can tell the buyer to collect, to deduct TDS and deposit in two different names. In the name of one buyer, one owner, in the name of another co-owner. But TDS to be deducted not per owner, per property. More than 50 lakh.
Yes, sir. The other questions, yes. Please, sir. Please continue, sir.
You have to ask question. I finished this.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. The other question, sir. Whether the section 194Q or section 206 1H covers only goods or it extends to service also?
Only goods, no service. But for computing turnover of the business, you have to turnover of the service also. Only calculating 10 limit, you have to take the turnover of the TDS. It is only what is it? Goods. Because on service, normally TDS is already deducted, either under 194J, 194C, or some other section. It was only on goods where TDS was deducted, and it is not for purpose. It is purpose of data mining. And they are linking also with your GST. They are also linking it in many other things, which even fake invoices. Remember now their penalty for fake invoices. So many things have come. Now, let me tell you, they have become very strong and they are doing all data mining. And from there will analysis will be done. And I will not be able to speak at this moment to you, but there are so many things which are coming up. 360-degree profile, your complete information of suspicious transaction, your complete information, third-party information, your complete information, so that auto-filled 26AS will be there for a lot of information, even for capital gain. It is going to come gradually, and so many things are there. Let me tell you. 1 minute, can you hold for a minute, sir?
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure.
Yes, sir. Mastan sir, next session by 6:30, sir.
Okay.
What are
Sir,
the?
don't worry. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute time. I'll come back to you.
Yes, sir. No issues, sir. No issues, sir. Please. We can take more number of questions because we are already having.
Let the question pour in.
Yes.
Chairman, sir, in the queue, it's more than 30 questions are waiting.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
sir,
what.
1 minute. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll complete this. Some very urgent work.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
So, members are requested to pose the questions not only related to TDS, not only related to TDS. Any questions?
No problem.
Any questions on income tax? That's what speakers are told. I request you to post in Q&As.
Tell me, sir. Tell me.
Yes, sir. The other question, sir. Sir, many big multinational companies are still collecting the TCS from the seller of the
Problem
goods.
is the companies have made their software in such a manner that they are charging this, collecting the TCS in the bill itself, which should not have been done. These big suppliers of software, they have to sell their software. They came out with a solution that please start charging, collecting at that time in the bill, without realizing that in particular year, if the payment received is less than 50 lakh, how can you collect TCS? If the amount collected during the year is less than 50 lakh, how can you collect a TCS? They said, we are very big and our all buyers are paying more than 50 lakh. But now the problem will arise because now the prime is TDS and secondary is TCS. But they have given concession for the time being that if that has been deducted, you may not deduct TDS. But let me tell you, it is the duty of the deductor, that is 194Q, have a precedence over the 206C1H. In future, you will have to do 194Q and not 206C1H.
Yes, sir. The other question, sir. Services are provided in financial year 1920, but another person has deducted TDS in financial year 2021. How to claim TDS in this situation?
What is the problem, sir? You can always carry forward the TDS to next year. I remember I got it done. I remember when I was going to become the director of the State Bank of India, I was out of town. They said, get the clearance from Income Tax Department. They take clearance from every year. And they said, 80 lakh rupees a tax due from you. I said, nothing doing. I have paid tax, even every penny. The other refund is due to me. He says, 80 lakh, you can take the refund next year. I said, what do you mean by that? That time there was no system of carry forward of TDS, but I had shown TDS deducted, credit taken. And next year I had taken the credit for that. Then they did not agree to that. Then I had to go to the CBDT chairman to get credit. Now then I got it done. Please note, there is a column that TDS deducted, carry forward, and then next year brought forward. So where is the question? Only one problem left, where TDS is deducted only at the time of payment in the case of government. What I said, I have an accrual system of accounting. I have rendered services to the government. Government do not deduct TDS on accrual basis. They may deduct the TDS at the time of payment 2 years later. And at that time, I've already filed my return of income. Where will I get the credit? Only that problem is there. Otherwise, there is absolutely no problem. If the TDS has been deducted on accrual basis, you can carry forward the benefit of TDS to the next year as per section 199, read with rule 37BA. TDS can be taken credit only in the year in which income is shown in the return of income. So there is absolutely no problem. That gentleman has not seen the return of income. Otherwise, why should you say that? Carry forward of TDS, brought forward of TDS.
Okay. Yes, sir. Next question. Sir, of section 206AB on 194Q rates.
194?
Q rates.
194Q 206AA. AB to only possible. AB is only possible when he has not filed the return of 2 years prior to this. When he has not filed the return of income prior to this, and his TCS collected is, and TCS is more than 50,000 per year. Sir, no chance. This is not a question which is in the right spirit. No question.
Okay. The other question, sir. Whether section 206AB will apply for non-linking of PAN Aadhaar?
If you don't provide PAN, or non-linking is another penalty. Non-linking is another. No. Non-linking is a penalty of 1,000 rupees under 206A which has come. But wait a minute. Either of the two you have to provide. PAN, if you are linked it, either of the two. Otherwise, provide your PAN number. If you have, so far, linking was not necessary. Even now, date was extended. That now you have to go and link it. That Aadhaar is only, sir, for individual. Where is the question of Aadhaar for other person? Why are you taking Aadhaar is a basic thing. Aadhaar is only for individual. For others, there is no question of Aadhaar. It is only PAN. Aadhaar or PAN is only for individual because there they have to link it. That's all.
Yes, sir. The proprietor doing FMCG distribution business in India with a turnover exceeding 10 crores. TDS to be deducted under normal rates as per section 195.
In the case of non-resident, 195, because 194Q is that seller should be resident of India. 194Q is seller is resident in India, not non-resident. In the case of a non-resident, we always have 195 provided that income is chargeable to income tax in India. If I buy goods from abroad, there is no question of any income tax payable outside India in India by non-resident. Then in that case, there is no question of 195. You all know that on import of goods, even 206C is also not there. They have already said import of goods 206C1H will not be applicable. For the supplier who is sitting outside, who is a seller, he is a seller of the goods, he need not deduct it. So no need of any question of 195.
Yes, sir. The other question, what is the possibility of new direct tax code which is supposed to become?
First saying, direct tax code came in 2009. That is different. What we made was not direct tax code. We made was income tax act, income tax bill. Because now there is no question of direct tax, sir. Wealth tax is not there. Gift tax is not there. Estate duty is not there. So where is the question of only direct tax? It is only income tax. We made a law of income tax when Mr. Jaitley was there. After he expired, we submitted the report, but whatever point they had in their favor, they have picked up and amended the law. And whatever points were there in our favor, they have kept in a dustbin or thrown in a dustbin or kept in a bench. Let's see what is going to happen. We worked very hard for about 6 to 8 months, not only we outsider, but also the department people. But there is no person like Mr. Jaitley. Had he been there, it would have been there. But now nobody wants to take any risk, or a thing may happen the other way around. Now the department is a different shape, and we are waiting for the D-Day to happen when they accept our. We are not allowed to tell you also what were the amendment which we have brought. You know, there are about 550 sections in Income Tax Act. You will say, no, sir, only 298 section. No, 298 section is the key. But what about 44 capital A, 44 double A, 44 AB, 44 AC, 44 AD, 44 AE? These are all sections. 44B, 44 double B, 44 BBA, 44 BBD. These are all sections. 35A, 35AB, 35AC. They are all sections, separate sections. There are 550. And we have brought down those sections to 278. And not only that, no proviso in our law. But can't say when will this happen.
Yes,
Can't
sir.
say when will this happen.
Yes. The other question, sir. Section 194Q applicable on electricity bills.
Pardon me, 194Q?
Applicable on electricity bills.
Can't hear you properly.
Yes, sir. Section 194Q is applicable on electricity bills.
Electricity bill are applicable, but if that electricity is supplied through the broker, but from power exchange, then it is not applicable. Please note the word power exchange. You are buying electricity although through the broker, like you are doing share purchase through the broker. Am I right? But you are buying through power exchange. There you are buying through recognized stock exchange. Here electricity bought through power exchanges. Then in that case, no. Otherwise, if you are electricity supply undertaking, you have to do it. Your factory bill is more than 50 lakh. You have to do it. You have to deduct the TDS. Yep. Unless income of that supply is exempt. But their income is not exempt. Tata Power, BSC, Bombay State Electricity Supply Company, they are all, in that case, TDS has to be deducted.
Yes, sir. The other question, sir. Sir, dealer selling 5 cars of rupees 11 lakhs to a company. Further, company turnover is more than 10 crores. Please clarify TCS and TDS applicability.
When each car is more than 10 lakh, already TCS collected under 206C1G. There 1F, no need. If TCS has already, because company is the consumer, is not the dealer. If the company is a dealer, then they have not deducted it. Now 194Q will come. If the company is selling to the consumer, to the customer, then in that case, more than 10 lakh already TCS collected. But if it is less than, but if you are dealer and you are buying from manufacturer, total amount of the invoice or total amount of the payment each year exceed 50 lakh, TDS to be deducted. Why not? TDS to be deducted in that case, in the case of cars.
Okay. The other question, sir, whether TCS applicable on consideration received towards sale of the plants?
Sale of the?
Plant.
What plants? Agriculture?
Agriculture plants.
We plant the plant and machinery is also plant.
No, not sir. Agriculture plants.
I've told you if the income is exempt, you need not do it. If the income is exempt, you need not collect. Whose income is exempt? Seller's income. Buyer income. Buyer income is exempt now. He is buying electric plants. So who's selling? The farmer is selling. No need. That has been clarified in circular number 13 dated 30th June 2021.
Okay. The similar question, sir. The agriculturists under section 194M are not exempt. Example, coffee and tea growers will have to draw amounts for weekly payments. Coffee growers have only losses. Is it agriculture income and hence not file returns? What is their position?
Sir. There are different type of. One is growing. What is growing in the cooperative tea also? Growing, but they are the grower, producer, for they grow the coffee plant, seeds, then they are grounding it, they are drying it. So many processes are done. Part process is agriculture, part process is what you call business. If it is a combined growing of the coffee beets as well as grounding them, doing other activities, then part is business and part is roasting. You call it grinding, roasting, growing. Then if it is business activity, there is a question of paying tax. If no business activity, only agriculture, no need.
Okay. The other question, sir, regarding part for AD. In the first year of business, if the businessman is having turnover is below 100 lakhs and has incurred loss, so it is necessary go
is
for
it individual or is a firm?
Is not mentioned, sir. It is a field that individual.
Individual case, of course, the exemption limit is 2.50. So
Okay.
it is less than the exemption limit. You may not.
Right.
You
Right,
may not
sir.
get your accounts audited.
Yes. The other question, sir. Section 206AB is applicable to business enterprise irrespective of whether tax audit or not.
206AB is applicable for all sections except section 192. One is salary, another is 192A, provident fund payment before 5 years, another is 194B, lottery income, 194BB, race income, 194N, that is, and 194LBC, and 195 also. So the question is, for all other section, 206AB is applicable.
Okay. Sir, with regard to specified sum in section 269SS, it refers to
Yes.
It refers to advance in relation to transfer of property. It also covers otherwise. What does it mean? Does it cover sale also?
Sir, advance or otherwise relates to the transaction relating to immovable property. That's all. Transaction relating to the immovable property. Advance. For that transaction, if it is more than 20,000, you have to take account pay check, account pay draft, or electronic clearing system, or through bank account. That is all. It is otherwise will take color from advance. It is in the nature of advance.
Okay. Right, sir. The other question, sir, whether 148 notice issued as per the old.
No comment. No comment, because all courts are giving stay. Supreme Court will decide. No comment of the notice which is received after 31st March. No comment, sir. I cannot make a comment because they have taken a power under that relaxation of certain provision act. Whether that power is correct, because after that 31st March, there is a new section 148A. They should have given the reason to believe why you have done, but they are doing it that. I cannot make a comment on that. Let Supreme Court decide what is to be done in that matter. Stay are being granted every day by the courts. Yes. Every day stay are granted. But that will be all, they will consolidate and Supreme Court will take the view of that.
Yes, sir.
There are a lot of chaos these days happening in Income Tax Department because e-assessment has put everybody in difficulty. Faceless, everything you cannot do immediately. They have done in one go, which is becoming putting us into difficulty. The old system of a portal was wonderful. Now to merge that system of portal to draw many information, you are finding it difficult. 4,500 crore government has spent, and still it is being rectified day in, day out. I can't make a comment on that, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. The other question, sir, regarding the government payments. Government is deducting TDS on payment basis, whereas the company is following accrual.
I told you, in the case of government, I have already given you. Government has a single system of account, single entry system. Wherever there is a mercantile system, there is no problem because you will deduct the tax at the time of credit or payment, whichever is early. But the government has single entry system. Single entry system means they deduct only at the time of payment. But you are following mercantile system. You have already shown at income, but government will deduct TDS after 2 years or 3 years when they make the payment. And this problem is continuing for so long. I can't tell you why this government is not rectifying this. If the government is at the biggest defaulter of TDS is either bank or the government. Let me tell you. Biggest defaulter of TDS is either the bank or the government itself. And they say, they put the blame on us. We are not the defaulter. They are the biggest defaulter. Even banks are doing so many mistakes. Yes. Continue, sir.
Yes, sir. The other question, sir. Concur is a fully owned subsidiary of railways. Do we
again, sir?
The Concur is a fully owned subsidiary of railways. Do we need to...
Concur is Container Corporation of India.
Yes, yes. Is a fully owned subsidiary of railways.
Yes, there is no subsidiary, no anything. Each company, separate company.
Okay. Do we need...
You know that. We have no question of any subsidiary and holding. Each company is a separate company. The constitution of the company will tell you whether it is to be done. There is no need to deduct TDS for government. There is no need to deduct TDS for railway. But if it is a separate company registered under Indian Companies Act and it has nothing owned by government, well, naturally TDS is there.
Okay. If an individual sells his car for 38 lakhs.
What we said?
Is a TCS is applicable if an individual sells his car for rupees 38 lakhs.
Car?
No, an individual selling his car for rupees 38 lakhs, whether TCS is applicable or not.
TCS is applicable. TCS, there is no question of individual HUF form, everybody is covered. But provided it more than 10 lakhs.
Okay.
More than 10 lakhs, sir.
More than 10 lakhs.
Okay. The other question, sir. Raw coffee is sold, no processing is done.
Raw, what is sold?
Raw coffee.
Raw coffee. Only coffee beans, without any processing.
Yes, yes.
And why should there be? The income is exempt. But normally growing, manufacturing income, growing, roasting, grinding, etc. of that, then it is partly agriculture, partly business income. You know that 25% or 40% agriculture income and 75%, business income and 75 or 60% agriculture income.
Yes.
Right? growing rubber plantation, growing and manufacturing rubber, growing and manufacturing tea, growing and manufacturing coffee. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. The other question, sir. Land in India owned by non-resident, a resident buying it for rupees 3 crores, at what rate TDS to be deducted?
At the rate of capital gain on the entire 3 crore. On the entire 3 crore. How do you know how much is the income out of it? How do you know what is the capital gain out of it? On the entire 3 crore, you will have to deduct 20% plus surcharge plus education cess.
Okay. The other question, sir. Sir, is TDS applicable on payment made to electricity distribution companies?
I've already done.
Yes.
I've
Yes.
already done.
Yes. The last question, sir. Is section 44 AD is optional or compulsory to be followed by?
It is mandatory.
Yes. Yes.
People are thinking it is for the benefit of the SSC. It is benefit of the department. That if your income more than 8, you have to show more than 8. If your income is less than 8, you have to show 8. Whose benefit is this? The government. Not the department, you. But you think that you take advantage of this because you show income without doing any business. That is the point. People show income without any. There are so many beauty parlors. There are so many, teaching classes, coaching classes, cookery classes. You know that what is that. I did not tell you. Showing income without there any business or any profession. Income is being shown. That is a different story. Otherwise, it is for the benefit of the revenue and not for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Masan, sir. I think you completed all the questions.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions, sir?
I've given you full opportunity of asking the questions. So
Yes, sir. We have further 10 minutes of a time of Girish Ahuja, sir.
Yes. Last question.
Utilize the chance.
Give them rest. It is very difficult to listen for so many hours together. Give them little rest of 5-10 minutes, or you come to them, enjoy the life. Why are you putting the burden? Already tedious or very tedious.
Yes, sir, very tedious.
Under GST is not that simple. If I'm not wrong, there is a lecture on GST. If I'm not wrong,
Yes, sir. GST.
yes,
Sir.
that's what I'm saying. Give them little break. Let them
Yes,
go to the convenience and do that and come back to you. Also think of that.
Last question, sir. One member, last question.
Please.
Yes, a partner brought a cash as share capital.
Should be avoided. It should not be more than 2 lakh in a day. I don't want to listen to your question. The question I know that I give.
Yes, that's only.
Please
sir.
bring your cash not more than 2 lakh in a day.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay.
269 ST will come. Partner is different from partnership firm. Maybe in partnership law it is different. For income tax, 45(3) applicable, 45(4) applicable, so many sections applicable. So don't take the risk of doing that. Bring cash per day, not more than 2 lakh. But why do you want to do business in cash? Why not? The cash is only backdate entry. It's not a genuine entry. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Otherwise, why? What is the need of doing? Don't tell me cash. Forget about cash. All expenses or
Yes.
account transfer.
The other question, sir. TDS to be done on dividend payments to non-resident shareholders under section 195 or 194.
195, but the rate is less. 115 capital A. If says if you have give dividend tax rate is 20% there, and not the rate applicable. So there the TDS to be deducted at that section. Wherever income is chargeable to income tax for non-resident, it is 194.5, and 195 says at the rate in force. And when you say rate in force, please go to part 2 of schedule 1, because 194 gives the rate of income tax, that is 10%, but that is not for non-resident, that is for resident.
Perfect, sir. Chairman, sir, with your permission, I propose vote of thanks. Then we can announce the 10 minutes break. Then we will comfortably rejoin with the GST.
Please, Masan, sir. Please.
Yes,
Please.
yes. Sir, Ahuja, sir, it's a sincere thanks for your excellent contribution on TDS, especially on the general discussion on the various provisions of the income tax. It's a great learning from such a wonderful resources from you. and it's I can say that confidently everybody got that comfort, knowledge, and that opinion.
Always welcome.
I thanks to everyone for participating this question and answer session and the entire session also. And we can, after 10 minutes break, we can rejoin for the GST.
Mastan sir, before going for a break, Girish sir, thank you so much for joining today in spite of your busy schedule. This is the second time during my tenure as chairman you joined for sharing your expertise too.
Always welcome, sir. Always welcome. Don't worry.
I really honored and blessed, sir. I really honored and blessed. And thank you so much for your
already joined.
Looking forward to your continuous support for Hyderabad branch, sir. And we request you to kindly accept our virtual certificate of appreciation on behalf of the managing committee of Hyderabad branch of SARCF and ICAI, sir.
I humbly accept. I humbly accept. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best. Take care, sir. I'm signing off. You continue. Anchal should say, excuse me. I have some other engagements, so that's why 6:30 was the last time. But I've given you 10 minutes break. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Girish sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Delegates, thank you so much for your active participation. Our next speaker, Anchal Kapoor ma'am already joined. And before we join for next session, I request you to kindly take a break of 5 minutes, and I request you to join by 6:30 by sharp. Thank you all. Mastan sir, thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Countdown.
Thank you. Go to Deepak.
Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Chairman, you can give the instant introduction, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So as we discussed already, and Anjal Kapoor ma'am already joined. She's a chartered accountant and a dynamic speaker and very renowned speaker on a lot of topics, not only GST. She's basically from Amritsar. And now I request our Vice Chairman Deepak Ladda from Hyderabad, please introduce the speaker and handle the session.
Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Also welcome Anjal Kapoor ma'am once again officially.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I'm giving the responsibility for me handling the session coordinator, and thank you, Prasanna, sir, for giving the opportunity. Dear members, welcome to the second technical session of the first 3 days national conference. And as we all know, the topic is critical analysis of input tax credit under GST. I am privileged to welcome CA Anchal Kapoor ma'am from Amritsar, being the resource person. Ma'am, welcome to Hyderabad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The audience is very keenly waiting to hear from you the expert knowledge on the input tax credit. Before that, it is my responsibility to introduce CA Anchal Kapoor ma'am. She has qualified in 2009 and also FAFD qualified. She has a very strong academic and brilliant. She is a gold medalist in BCom, and she has secured 3rd rank on all India basis in CA interest and 2nd rank in Northern India in CA interest. With over 10 years of experience in the field of indirect taxes, practical exposure in the field of GST by handling various departmental works, including appellate work. She has delivered more than 200 lectures, seminars, and webinars on GST to members and industry across India, including Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, Delhi, Kolkata, Tamil Nadu, and so on. He is Joint Secretary of All India Federation of Tax Professionals. She is a faculty at NACIN, faculty for various certified courses of GST of ICAI, authored various articles on GST published from time to time in AIFP TV Journal, Tax Management India, Tax Guru. She is also an approved faculty of ICAI. With this brief introduction, I present C. Anchal Kapoor ma'am before the august audience. The screen is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Deepak ji, for the introduction, and I'm really thankful to the committee for members in practice of ICAI, CA Prasanna Kumar sir, and all the organizers who gave me this opportunity to present myself in front of all of you. And Prasanna sir, I hope I am able to justify all the expectations that are from me, and as the members, those who have joined, I hope I will be able to justify all their queries, as ITC itself is such a litigative topic. So a very good evening to all the attendants and to the members. Friends, if I talk about input tax credit, you know, this is that part of the GST where you take something from the department instead of something going from your own pocket. But as I say, it's like a slime. You keep catching it, but it keeps slipping. So many provisions being put onto it, like the provisions, the act provisions, then there are certain rule provisions, and furthermore, there are circulars after that, which furthermore puts over the restrictions, and none other than that, some departmental approach also. So we'll be taking up the ITC related issues today, and for that, I just share my presentation first. Just a minute, sir. Right. Is the PPT visible?
I think it's on sharing.
So screen is shared.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So friends, if I talk about input tax credit, I can well imagine your doubts in that. I know you are worried. The credit is not reflecting in my 2A or 2B. What should I do? It is leading to working capital blockage. What should be done? What about the 8A blockages of ITC, how to comply with Rule 86B and certain other things. I will be starting with the basic provisions, and also I will be discussing how to apply Rule 42-43, because these are the certain difficulties. I know the problems that you face, motor vehicle credits, how to take that. So let's start it with one by one. So friends, sir, is there any mode I can interact with any member? Means any chat box or something through which the interaction is possible?
Actually, the questions will be with Mr. Ladda.
Okay. So we assume Mr. Ladda as the August audience for the day. All right. Yes. Okay. So Mr. Ladda, today all the questions are going to come towards you, and you will be answerable from our August audience side.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. All right. So friends, if I talk about input tax credit, let me tell you, the terms are clearly defined under the GST law, starting from the word input. I will also tell you how to deal with section 16 subsection 4 RCM credits. We all will be going through, but now let's start it with the provision. So Deepak ji, if I talk about the input tax credit, the term is comprised of input, input tax, and then input tax credit. All the three words are clearly defined under GST. Input means other than capital goods. So my dear friends, if I talk about goods, so yes, goods are divided into two in GST. One, your normal inputs. Another are your capital goods. All right. But there is another category called service. So inputs means, but input does not only mean, okay, the goods only. Input tax credit means the credit of input tax. So when I talk about the credit of input tax, it means all your taxes, not only on goods, on the goods. And I said as goods includes both your inputs or capital goods, as well as on services, or both. It is clearly defined. So let's analyze firstly the definition of 2 clause 62. If I talk about 2 clause 62, my dear friends, yes, the first line is, it is in relation to a registered person. And that is where the main point is. Friends, if I talk about input tax credit, this is available only and only to the registered person. Right? So with Deepak ji, what happens sometimes, persons come to us and ask, I am late in registration. Deepak ji, being late in registration, definitely there can be some sort of penalty. But what is the major issue? If you are not a registered person, you will not be eligible for the ITC, input tax credit, on the purchases made before. Now, friends, I'm linking this word, the definition, with the section 16 and section 18. Section 16 also says, 16 subsection 1, look, that the input tax credit is available only and only to the registered person. Okay. Then there is a section 18 in special circumstances. Special circumstances, section 18 subsection 1 overrides all the sections and says, okay, we give you 30 days for the purpose of registration. If you get registered within a period of 30 days from the date you become liable to register, the day when you crossed your threshold, the day when you made taxable interstate supply of goods, that day you become liable for registration. So if you get registered within a period of 30 days, my dear friends, then only the credit of inputs purchased during that period will be allowed. So what is the basic purpose? Input tax credit has its roots that first the person must be registered. Only overriding is section 18, which allows you 30 days prior input tax credit, and that too only and only of inputs. So if you are you want to have any machineries being in therein, the person must first get registered. This is a word of caution for all the clients we deal with. Now, moving ahead from the registered person means taxes, कौन से taxes, all the types of taxes, CGST, SGST, IGST, UTGST, all are available as input. Input, if I talk about now, my dear friends, GST came with an object, seamless flow of credit. One nation, one tax. But let me tell you, I find it one nation, uniform tax, not one nation, one tax. Reason. Now, if I am sitting here in Punjab, you are sitting somewhere in Maharashtra or in Karnataka, I come there, I stay over there in a hotel, the hotel will be charging me with the CGST, SGST of Karnataka state. I won't be able to take the credit for this. So it is one nation, a uniform tax, same provision are applicable from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but it is not such a free flow. And today also, when we will be talking about input tax, we will see that there are certain conditions, that there are certain hurdles which stop us. Although I don't understand and I could not find any provision in the law which says, okay, state tax, I still understand. Okay, SGST of Maharashtra is different from SGST of Punjab. That belongs to different states, different UTs. But what about the CGST portion? It belongs to the union government. It belongs to the center. Still, it is given the color of SGST to which it relates. Although it talks about you will be getting the credit of all these, and these are the reasons, my dear friends, certain input credits like hotel credits appear in my 2A because I might have given my GST number over there, but I am not eligible. That is not an eligible credit. Why I am stating, I know you all are very knowledgeable to know the basic provisions. It's been 4 years now. So that is why I'm linking it with the provisions like you say, okay, this is not an eligible credit. When it is not an eligible credit, you have to consider it for 36 sub-rule 4 as ineligible credit, although it is appearing in my 2A or 2B. Sometimes people ask which document, 2A or 2B. So we will find answer to that. But before that, let's have a look on the definition of 2 clause 62. We talked about various taxes. One thing I discussed, the color of SGST of one state or CGST of one state even is different from the CGST and SGST of other state. IGST is freely movable. Second, reverse charge. This was the talk about the forward charge, which the other person is charging from you. Other than that, whatever you are paying in reverse charge, you are eligible for the credit for the same. You are eligible to take the credit on imports because imports is a tax which although is the part of IGST Act, but it is actually a tax which is levied under the Custom Act as per the provisions of custom. So IGST on imports is neither the part of your 2A or 2B, not part of Rule 36 sub-rule 4 even. You can avail the credit of IGST on imports, the reverse charge on the supply of goods or services. And as you all know, in case of composition levy, the input tax credit is not available. So this is what has been, if somebody charges you, somebody cannot put it in the tax in the bill of supply when he is under composition. But even as a part of the element of that composition supply is taking tax of one person paying from his own pocket, that will not be eligible as any sort of credit to you. So the provisions of ITC, yes, are contained in section 16 to 21. The main sections are section 16, 17, 18. That we will be dealing today. The rules are there from 36 to 45. So let's start with the main section, section 16. Right. So friends, if I talk about section 16 and you know from this section, 16 subsection 1, I will be linking section 16 subsection 4, which is a main glitch which we feel. Oh, September cross. September is approaching rather for the year 2021. What will happen? Because the audits are not getting done. The income tax sites are not working. We have not checked the books of accounts of the client as yet. So how till September, we can avail the credits. So I will be taking up, but have a look on section 16, subsection 1, because I'm going to take the points from this section itself. Every registered person, again, connected to the definition of section 2, clause 62, input tax credit. Registered person, okay. Deepak ji, you are a registered person. You shall be subject to certain conditions and restrictions. Whatever is prescribed in the rules will be eligible to take the credit of input tax when, which is used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business. My dear friends, used or intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business is a very wide term. Specifically, the word or that is present here. Secondly, the word furtherance further add on to its meaning. I will discuss that. But now you see one thing. This 16 subsection 1 has two parts. Where is the conjunction? This and word is the conjunction. Now what it is saying? Entitled to take credit means you are entitled to take the credit when you are going to use a particular thing for the course or furtherance of business, and then it shall be credited to electronic credit ledger of such person. Means two things. Taking, entitled to take credit, where? In the books of accounts or through the documents, entitled to take, then it will be credited to your credit ledger. Two steps. First, you are entitled to take. Second, it is credited to the electronic credit ledger when you furnish it in your 3B. And you know what are the words used in section 16 subsection 4? Deepak ji, what section 16 subsection 4 says? Which prescribes the time limit? It says entitled to take the credit. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say. Entitled to take the input tax credit. It is not talking about credited to electronic credit ledger. So we will read section 16 subsection 4, but for the time being, what we read, okay, definition says person must be registered. You will get the credit of all these things. The person is entitled to take the credit. He will take the credit once the goods are intended to be used in the course or furtherance of business, and then the amount will be credited in his electronic credit ledger. If I talk about this section, friends, I tell you, it talks about course or furtherance of business. Course or furtherance of business means that there must be a commercial motive. It doesn't say that there may be profit, there may be loss. It can be a regular or a one-time transaction, like your exhibitions. Exhibitions are one-time transaction, but it is in the course or furtherance of business. Furthermore, sometimes a question arises. We are charging certain amounts from our employees. Whether that will be course or furtherance of business. We have advanced ruling also, talking about the Coltic polymers, directly dealing with the issue. But let me come to first certain Supreme Court and certain High Court rulings. Friends, course or furtherance of business, the word written there is or. The Honorable Apex Court says not even a single word of the act should be ignored. When it is word or, it gives a very wide meaning. Even if you are in the process of setting up a new business, new showroom, new office, expenditure incurred by you should be allowed. Course or furtherance of business, ITC should be eligible. Course or furtherance of business, very wide scope. So if I talk about advertisement, yes, that has been done in the course. Sometimes a question comes, I am incurring expenditure on sale promotions, advertisements, market research. To my humble view, all these are in the course or furtherance of business. The ITC should be eligible, covering the point of sales promotion. Now, talking about the expenses related to or charges recovered from employees. Coltec Polymers AAR clear cut says yes. Employees, why a particular person is my employee? A particular person is my employee because of the business. It is in course or furtherance of business, means for the purpose of business, I am making expenditure on them. ITC eligible. Second, I am making any sort of recovery from my employees. The tag they have been given is the employees. It is an outward supply, should be taxable. So a question arises, what if two types of expenditures? During the COVID period, people incurred expenditure on employees. It should be eligible expenditure as it is in the course of business. They put sanitizing, they purchase sanitizing machine, they have put it there. And furthermore, if it is done for the purpose of CSR activities, which is obligatory for my business to run, without which my business cannot work. Of course, it is in the course or furtherance of business. The ITC for the same mandate is mandated by law that yes, you have to do the CSR activity, otherwise your business will be shut down. ITC is eligible. Secondly, even if it is not mandated, it is in the course or furtherance of business, the ITC of that expenditure should be made. There was a proper circular by MCA also stating, okay, whatever expenditure you are incurring on giving food or you are incurring on the beds and other things, those qualify as CSR activity. Once it qualifies as CSR activity, the input tax credit is in the course of furtherance of business. The expenditure is in the course of furtherance of business. ITC should be allowed. Now, if I talk about ITC allowed, friends, a number of people face this problem. That is why I wanted to link it here. What? If you sell any capital asset, my dear friends, if you sell any capital asset, I'm firstly talking about sale. You recover certain amount from the another part. And if you have taken input tax credit on that capital asset, one is you recovered 1 lakh rupees, that is the sale amount, you are liable to pay tax on it. Secondly, you have taken ITC. In GST, what is the assumed life of an asset? It is 5 years, means 60 months. And if you are selling it before the period of 60 months, it says wait. How much is the balance ITC left? Whatever, as per the time, there are two methods. 5% per quarter. I know there is an anomaly in section 18. Abhi, I'm not touching that. ITC divided by 5. You use that method. Divided by 5 for 5 years, for 60 months. How much balance life is left? That ITC and the tax on sale amount needs to be compared whenever any person has taken the input tax credit on capital assets and the life of 60 months has not expired, only the tax is not payable on the sale consideration. I tell you where the question arises. Sometimes there are hospitals who are not registered. They sell their machineries. It is a capital asset. For them, services to the patients are exempt. Not sale of capital asset is exempt. If they might not have taken the input. In that case, the input taken by them is 0 because their output was exempt. Then only sale amount into rate will be their tax payable. But in case of another business, say any fabric manufacturer, he has taken ITC. Now, the question you have to check, tax on sale amount or unexpired ITC, and accordingly the tax will be levied. Whichever is higher has to be paid. So this was to talk about the sale amount. Not only this, my dear friends, if you have taken input tax credit on any business asset and that asset is discarded, disposed of, you picked it, you threw it, You just disposed of. I give you example. I give you two examples. Must be coming some in your mind too. I talk to you too. First, there were certain old computers lying with me. I just gave it to some needy people, needy children for their study purposes, or to some organization for the to orphanage. So in that case, that is a disposal. Even if your asset on which you have availed the input tax credit, condition, although you are not realizing any payment, it is chargeable to tax because that was your business asset. It is in the course or furtherance of business. All the elements of supply are present except consideration, particularly covered by Schedule 1. So even if you write off assets in your books of accounts on which you have taken the input tax credit, you are supposed to discharge the tax on the same. The mechanism is provided as per Section 18 in Rule 40. Divided by 5. 5 years is the life into unexpired period. You say there is no consideration. Yes, there is no consideration, but there is a mechanism given. Whatever input you have taken, whatever is the unexpired input, you are supposed to pay it back. Pay an amount equal to the unexpired input tax credit. Here is the slide in front of you. Even if you dispose of, you discard, no two persons are required for discarding. You are giving the asset to NGO. You are giving it to, you are disposing of, just discarding it. In all this provided, ITC has been taken. Let's suppose it's a car on which you have not taken the ITC. The provision will not attract. So it is directly related to ITC was eligible. You took the ITC. Now you are selling the asset. Yes, you are supposed to pay the tax on it. Even if you are selling, compare with sale price and the purchase and the ITC unexpired. If it is not sale, it is disposal. Pay it on the unexpired ITC basis. So we talked about course or furtherance of business. Person must be registered. Now, let me come to the point that this was section 16, subsection 1, which we talked about. Registered person, if you are doing it in the course or furtherance of business, two-step process. First, avail the ITC, take the credit, then credit it to your electronic credit ledger. Section 16, subsection 2. Friends, if I ask you, where in the Act 2A or 2B is referred, just introspect yourself. You will not find it in any section. Anywhere in the section, it was not specified. This is section 16.2. Before you leave this AA point, leave this. It is not yet implemented. Leave it. It talked about 4 conditions. What? There must be a possession of tax invoice. Goods and services must be received, actual receipt or the constructive receipt. Taxes must be paid to the government. A huge point where we get struck. Returns must be furnished by the person who is taking the ITC under section 39. All the conditions were in my hand. I was to take the tax invoice. I should have received the goods or services. But the point number C, tax paid to the government. This point created a provision that, okay, the other person must have paid the tax. It must go to the government exchequer. And when it is forward charge, I am dealing with Deepak Ji. I am to paying tax to Deepak Ji. Now, he is depositing or not with the government. When myself and Deepak Ji, we both are registered with the GST department. I have given it to Deepak Ji. For me, he is a representative of the government to whom I have given the tax. Now, if Deepak Ji, barring Deepak Ji, but I have to take your name. So, Deepak Ji does not deposit that tax to the government exchequer. The department comes to me and say, you are supposed to repay that ITC which you have availed. Because the condition of section 16(2)(c) is not fulfilled. Now, all around a vicious circle of circular trading, fake invoicing, that was going on. Owing to that, government introduced Rule 36 Sub-Rule 4. nowhere specifically in the section 16 subsection 2. Friends, why I am talking about 16 subsection 2? It starts with a non-obstante clause, notwithstanding anything contained in this section. Agar kuch bhi, there is anything contradictory, forget that. Give this section the overriding effect. This section has the overriding effect, notwithstanding anything contained in this section. No registered person, against the person must be registered. If he fulfills all these 4 conditions, he should be eligible for the credit. And nowhere in these 4 substantive provisions for taking ITC, nowhere it is specified that it must reflect in your 2A or 2B, and no mention of Rule 36. On the same ground, Rule 36 was challenged. That government, you brought the Rule 36 to check whether the amount has actually gone to the government exchequer or not. But let me tell you, I'm telling you the points that, okay, even if Rule 36 sub-rule 4 is there and it is not complied with, still it is not a proof that the tax is given to the government. How? See, let's suppose a person paid me the tax amount. I paid it to Deepak ji. Deepak ji filed his return. He paid the tax to the government. He filed his 3B also. But inadvertently, I gave him, or his person, while feeding, did an error and put my GSTN number wrong. Is the tax not paid to the government? It is paid to the government. Still, on the basis of Rule 36 sub-rule 4, stating, okay, 36 sub-rule 4, it is not appearing in Anchal's 2A or 2B, credit denied. Where it is the proof that tax has not been paid to the government. The proof has to have been in GSTR 2, GSTR 1 mechanism, which never, 1, 2, 3 mechanism, which never came in. We are trying to redraft the law with the small pieces of cloth. We are trying to repair it because the original system of GST never came in. I gave you one more example. Invoice was B2B. Wrongly, it was put in B2C. Tax has been paid to the government. Still, it will not reflect in my 2A or 2B. I have fulfilled all the conditions of section 16 subsection 2. Tax has also been paid. Although government has not given me any mechanism to check whether Deepak ji has discharged his tax or not. One more thing. Let's suppose I'm giving you 4 examples. Wrong GSTN being furnished, B2B shown as B2C, GSTR 1 GSTR 1 is filed with a wrong GSTN, or GSTR 1 is not filed, 3B is filed. Tax has been paid, but still I'm denied the credit. Friends, Rule 36 sub-rule 4 that was brought into picture. Due to this, many frauds might have popped up, many things might have come into picture, but it is a teaser. It is a pair. It is the child without any parent provision. Nowhere in section 16 itself there is a mention of 2A or 2B. And let me tell you, nowhere in the Rule 36 sub-rule 4 itself there is any mention of 2A or 2B. How come? Have a look. I just show you. If I talk about Rule 36 sub-rule 4 also, it also just mentions that this particular invoice, must have been furnished by the supplier in his return of outward supply. 36.4 was without the backup. And there is further one point to substantiate the same. In the budgetary provision 2021, the government introduced the amendment 16(2)AA. 16(2)AA and said, now for the first time in GST, the word and was added. Now you see, 36.4 was also up to this, must have been furnished by the supplier in his supply of outward supplies. Okay, it was talking about GSTR 1. Now they say and have been communicated. Friends, this is not a retrospective amendment. It cannot be. It cannot be. It's such a substantive provision of ITC. It's not a procedural thing that you can make the retrospective amendment. That is why it is a prospective amendment. Now the question arises, when it is a prospective amendment, need was felt by revenue to include it in section 16 itself as a primary condition for availing ITC, okay, that it must be communicated to the person concerned in the manner specified under section 37. Then what about the period before that? Whenever somebody asks me 2A or 2B is not reflecting the credit, my first question is, what is the period involved? If it is before September 19, you need to litigate for the same. It is not applicable. 2A was not in existence. Rule 36 sub rule 4 was not in existence. Although when we are practically going for the audits, the officer concerned demand us. This is not showing in your 2A. It was not there in picture at all. Secondly, if it is post 36 sub rule 4, yes, rule is there. Although it has been challenged before various courts, because you are asking me something to do impossible. I can control my acts. I cannot control Deepak Ji's act. I cannot control another person's act. So that is why it was challenged. The government wanted to give backup to 36 sub rule 4, but even the 5% leverage, the day this provision 16AA, 2AA will get implemented, the 5% will also go away. Whatever will show there will be eligible in your 2A or 2. But what is the challenging provision? How you can ask me to control the action of another person? In the pre-GST regime, we had a number of judgments. May you talk about the KK Industries by Honorable Supreme Court, Gherumal Balchand by Punjab and Haryana High Court, Delhi High Court, Arise India, Infinity Wholesale, Altaf Shoes, number of judgments, which says, I have a list of around 20, which says, okay, you cannot ask the impossible and the credit must be given to the person concerned. One more thing I tell you. They are nowhere challenging your purchases. Do they challenge your purchase? No. They are saying, okay, your purchase is even okay. Your sale is even okay. We are just denying it because it is not reflecting in your 2A or 2B. And that was the base of Arise India also. They nowhere challenged that the purchase is bogus. Not reflecting in 2A, 2B, credit denied. They are saying the purchase is genuine, not reflecting in 2A, 2B. In the current regime, GST regime also, DY Beetle by Honorable Madras High Court, Balco judgment, and then we have Sahil and various other judgments that talked about, I have put in here Sahil Enterprises also, and the Kartike projects also. That's a double AR. I'm not talking about that right now. But DY Beetle, the Madras High Court, the same issue was taken up. Charles Shanti, they were the sellers. Beetle was the purchaser. The department directly proceeded against DY Beetle Enterprises. Okay, you have taken the input tax credit. Charles and Shanti have not paid the tax. Although you made payment by banking channel, although you purchased the goods, all the conditions of section 16, okay, there was a genuine purchase, but still, Beetle, give us back the input tax credit. Beetle said, why should I? The department has not proceeded against the person to whom they gave the registration, Charles and Shanti. He was not delisted. His number was not cancelled. He was not inquired, and the department directly initiated the proceedings against Beetle. Honorable Madras High Court came up with the point, okay, firstly, the person concerned should be checked. Firstly, the department must, although it's not a complete judgment, it does not say that the recovery cannot be made from the purchaser. It says the department must first proceed towards Charles and Shanti, the seller. And same case, due to mismatch of ITC availed in 3B and 2A was there in case of Balco. Even they have stopped the recovery, they have held the recovery, stayed the recovery, that the recovery cannot be made because of mere non-reflection in 2A. But friends, few people challenge these provisions. How much goes for writs? 1%? I don't suggest AAR. Although with due respect to all the officers, but I don't suggest you AAR. I find it as an adverse ruling, what we have seen in the recent band, except barring a few exceptions. So going there, and furthermore, for which the legal remedies are not available other than the high courts, which also some high courts are entertaining, some high courts are not entertaining. You have double AR, then triple AR, and then no remedy, except to go for the writs. So in that cases, the person who takes the AR becomes bound by the same thing, until or unless it is quashed in any sort of further proceedings. So when you are bound, for others it carries persuasive value, but for that person it's a bound provision. And if it is the officers concerned only who is sitting over there, and if you do not get a proper ruling, then it can prove as a hurdle. So as of now, yes, 36 sub-rule 4 is there. And if I talk about 36 sub-rule 4 that has been brought in there, it talks about, okay, tax paid to government, it must reflect in, again, it does not talk about 2A or 2B. 2A or 2B. It cannot. How it can directly? Even the proposed amendment, because it's not yet notified, section 16, subsection 2, AA says that communicated to the person concerned in the manner specified under section 37. How it can say 2A or 2B? Let's suppose a car credit is eligible in 2A or 2B. Sometimes the question comes, which document should we see, 2A or 2B? Sir, although Rule 36(4) along with the circular is on aggregate basis, but it cannot be do so. You have to go on supplier to supplier basis. Reason, there might be I give you example, there might be the input tax credit of car, which is visible there in your 2A or 2B, but it is not allowed. It is not an eligible credit. You have to keep it out. There is a particular credit which was actually reflecting in my 2A, stating you have purchased a furniture which I never purchased. It does not belong to me, should be kept out. Certain goods for which the person has sent me, I have not yet received. It was sent at the month end. Although appearing in my 2A, 2B, I am not eligible for the same. Whenever a question arises, 2A or 2B, please analyze what is the reason of difference that a particular entry is appearing in 2A and not in 2B, or in 2B, not in 2A. Example, a person filed his return 5 days late. It will appear in your 2A for the month of July. It will not appear in your 2B for the month of July. Credit postponement. Rule 36 sub-rule 4 says postponement. So likewise, you have to make the analysis. What is the reason? Some old entry of the last to last month, this month put in the GSTR one by the another person. It will appear in your 2B, not in your 2A. Now you are eligible to take the credit of that entry because now it is appearing, provided you have not taken it before. You cannot take the double benefit. So in order to simplify it, what we do, whenever a purchase invoice comes to you, open an account in your books of accounts. Okay, ITC account debit to purchase account debit to so and so party. Let's suppose to Mr. Client or to Mr. Customer. All right. When at the end of the month, you get your 2B document, reconcile it. If it is appearing, well and good. If it is not appearing or it is deferred, it is not appearing in your 2B, please shift that ITC from the ITC ledger to deferred ITC ledger. In this way, you will be able to track the records that which invoices were not reflecting and which invoices should be given for, which invoices I need to pursue the other client that please, your invoices are not reflecting in my 2A, 2B. Although I have a tax paid document, there has been actual receipt of goods or services. Friends, till the provisions are challenged, it gets quashed. These are the provisions that are available. So what it says, section 16 subsection 2 says, okay, the goods must be delivered, must be received by the person. Likewise, it includes the actual delivery also in constructed. For example, instead of I receiving the goods, it is delivered to my agent. It is a constructive delivery, deemed delivery. Build to ship to model. Now build to ship to model is available to both goods as well as services. Example, let's suppose a client comes to me and I say, Ki, sir, I too don't provide these services. He says, but I don't know another CA. I said, okay, I know Mr. Deepak. I know CA Deepak Ladda ji. He provides such sort of services. Okay, I approached Deepak ji. Ki, Deepak ji, I want to get this work done from you. Deepak ji actually doing the client work, but who he is billed to ship to. Actually, he is providing services to me to be billed there. So even the bill to ship to model is now being introduced not only for the goods as well as for the services, deemed supply of service, deemed delivery. And if you are receiving goods in lots, please make it. Many a times you are receiving goods in installments, in lots. How? The EV invoice says so. The goods are coming in the in lots. These are coming because the goods were quite a high number. So we are dividing it. In that case, you are eligible to take the input tax credit when you receive the last lot. Right? Now, if I talk about what is the tax paying document, it can be an invoice. It can be a debit note. It can be, in case of imports, it can be a bill of supply. It can be ISD document on the basis of which you are taking the credit. So Rule 36 provides us the entire list. And friends, in this case, one document, debit note, was previously linked to the invoice directly. So if I talk about the debit note, it was directly linked to the invoice. That, okay, you will get the credit of the debit note when the invoice is raised. But now the debit notes are de-linked from the invoices. I will share with the help of an example with you. Have a look. If I talk about, we do it in a while. Just a minute. Okay, here it is. If I talk about debit note, friends, what was before amendment? What was before amendment? Your document date is 15/8. It means you issued a debit note. There was certain supply, certain charges which were left. I felt, okay, I too didn't raise the invoice. I issued the debit note. It was dated 15th August 2019. Linked to the invoice dated 1/3/2019. Please have a look. Now, for the applicability of 16 sub-rule 4, if I talk about 16 sub-rule 4, the time period was initially to be checked from the March 2019, means from the date of invoice. And the credit, the due date for availing the credit was September 19. September 19 return, due in 20th of October. Now, after the amendment, the invoice date is not to be checked. Not to be checked. Invoice date is irrelevant. Now, the debit note is dated 15/8/2019. Now the credit will be available till September 2020. So this is one of the welcome move, my dear friends, where I say, even if you receive any debit note, now the linkage to the original invoice is now de-linked. And it is to be checked from the date of debit note itself. We were talking about, yes, the documentary evidences are there that needs to be followed. And we talked about 16(2)(c) conditions. We had 16.1, 16.2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. Now, other than that, we have certain other condition, and in which the first condition that comes is, what about the condition of 180 days? We talked about if you receive the goods in lots, last installment, last lot, you will be eligible to take the credit. Other than that, let's suppose this is the example. Person, he supplied goods to the second dealer. First dealer he deposited the tax by him, but he did not pay the amount to the person concerned. Payment not made within a period of 180 days. What will happen? The law says, where the recipient of the goods or service, the recipient fails to pay. Words are fails to pay. We all know this provision was brought to strengthen the MSME sector. Okay, now your payments will be, the payments which used to come so late, now will be cleared within a period of 180 days. Now, but this has become a bottleneck specifically during the COVID periods. If the payment is not cleared within a period of 180 days, you have to reverse the credit. Reversal of credit can be an issue, but what is more pinches is the interest liability thereof. If you are not paying to your creditor within a period of 180 days, that too from the date of invoice, in that case, you have to reverse your ITC. Let's suppose invoice is dated January 2021 and you have not paid it till August 2021. Liability will arise from January 2021 of the interest. You have to reverse the ITC. You have to pay the interest. Input can be reclaimed. No time limit is there for reavailment. You can reavail whenever you make the payment. 16.4 also will not come into picture, but interest will be a loss. Now, in order, if your assessee is complying to it, well and good. But when we do the audits, generally the provision remains uncomplied. In that case, I tell you 2 points which can be stated therein. First, fails to pay. If the person concerned, the supplier, has himself allowed the time period that, okay, you pay me after a period of 1 year, then a litigative point arises whether it is failure to pay. The payment is not yet due. Secondly, it says if the amount fails to pay, the ITC is to be reversed through Rule 7 in GSTR2. And GSTR2 is not in picture yet. Not in picture yet. And when it is not in picture, various judgments that says when there is not a machinery provision, the main provision cannot be put into implementation. So you can give a note, the provision of section 16 subsection 2 proviso has not been, 180 days condition is not fulfilled, subject to the lack of the machinery provision and non-failure to pay. Another, if you are taking depreciation, you have taken the depreciation, then ITC on the same cannot be allowed. ITC on the same cannot be allowed. Now the main provision comes, section 16 subsection 4, which says, okay, date of furnishing of return of September month means 20th of October, or annual return furnishing, whichever is earlier. I have given an example and I know you all know that example. Okay, if the invoice is dated 10th December 2018, it can lately be claimed up to 20th October 2019, or if annual return is filed by 31st July, whichever is earlier, 31st July. I told you that I will be linking it with section 16 subsection 1. Friends, one thing is, if you are complying with the law, well and good. To the extent you can comply with, okay. In case you are ready to bear the litigation and you are not adhering to what has been said there in the provision, what it says, a registered person, now you all will be reading with me and will find the same wording as was given in section 16 subsection 1, not entitled to take input tax credit. In the beginning, in section 16 subsection 1, I say you there are two-step mechanism. Two-step mechanism. What was that? In taking input tax credit and crediting to the electronic credit ledger through 3B. This section 16 subsection 4 is not talking about crediting to the electronic credit ledger. It is talking about entitled to take the input tax credit. And if I say I have already taken the input tax credit in my books of accounts, although I didn't file 3B, I cannot be subject to section 16 subsection 4. And those who says in MNST scheme, directly the department may not allow you the input tax credit because section 16 subsection 4 time period has expired, but the words written there in section 16 subsection 4 says entitled to take, and I have to already taken the ITC in my books of accounts before the date that is specified there. I hope you are getting it. First point, entitled to take, which says okay, and trust me, these provisions have been given in number of cases while furnishing various replies to the department that you cannot deny me the ITC, and this can be a concrete base for replying to the department when they deny or issue you a notice that section 16(4) time periods are not adhered. It is restricting entitlement to take credit. I have already taken the credit in my books of accounts. I am not subject to 16(4). Second, important point, I just repeated here. Section 16 subsection 2, my dear friends, for same point. 16 subsection 2 starts with a non-obstante clause. If you fulfill these conditions, then there is no problem. Now look, I don't say you don't comply with 16(4). Now please see what I am saying. I say section 16(2) conditions are lately complied by me. Let's suppose RCM provisions. Lately complied by me. I just received the tax invoice of RCM. I just made the self-invoice. I just made the payment under RCM. Yani 16(2)B, 16(2)C are just complied with. 16(2)A and 16(2)C tax paying documents I just made. Section 16(2)C, the tax payment is now made. Now in the sense, let's suppose January 2021. You paid the tax. Of course, time of supply of RCM must have crossed. You are liable for interest. But time of supply is a separate criteria. Time of supply is a separate criteria. Let me talk about the input tax credit. Input tax credit says, section 16(2) says, when you have a tax paying document in hand, the challan, the self-invoice, then you are eligible. Okay, I complied that condition in which part? In the portion of January 2021. January 2021. Now subject me to 16(4). Kyunki 16(2) has an overriding effect. It has an overriding effect. Now subject me to 16(4). And now if you subject me to 16(4), the time period will shift. I am paying it for 1920 in January 2021. For me, the time period should not be October 2020. It should be October 2021. in the year I complied with the conditions of section 16 subsection 2, giving the harmonious interpretation, giving effect to all the sections that are there in law. Section 16.2, you said, okay, first comply the conditions of section 16.2. It has an overriding effect. I did the same. In which year? January 2021 for 1920. Or now you take this example, current. Let's suppose in October you get to know certain RCM is payable, certain tax is payable. You are not taking. In that case, my dear friend, the time period for availing the input tax credit will shift to October 2022. 16.2 first be complied, then 16.4 will come into picture. I hope the two arguments that I gave here for the time limit, linking section 16.4 with section 16 subsection 1, which says entitlement to take input tax credit, not crediting to the electronic credit ledger. Second, 16.2 first be complied, then come to 16.4. When you comply with 16.2, then jump to 16.4. And it will get shifted to the next year. Now, this was about this. And one thing more I would like to tell you. I show you that thing. Whatever I discuss is the part of the PPT, but I just put it after a particular provision. In case of RCM also, my dear friends, when the conditions are satisfied. So, you know, in case of RCM, we have two types of documents. What are those two types of documents? In case I am dealing in RCM, let's suppose some lawyer who is registered, I don't need to do the self-invoice. I need not to go for the self-invoice. But in case I am dealing with a person who is, here it is. I particularly put the invoicing provision. If I am dealing with a person who is registered, for he will be issuing me the GST invoice. The advocate will be issuing me the GST invoice. So I can say section 16.2 condition to some extent are fulfilled there. But if you are dealing with a non-registered person in RCM, you have to go for the self-invoice, which is the base document for section 16.2. So as a result, there is a press release also dated 3rd of July 2019, which clear-cut says that even if the RCM of 1718, 1819, 1920 is paid in 2021, you will be liable for the interest for delayed in payment. Time of supply already crossed. But for eligibility of ITC, the same will get eligible. Reason 16.2 conditions are now complied with. After the compliance of 16.2, apply 16.4. I hope the provision stands clear. Now, after this provisions of, I just move to the previous slide. After complying with the conditions of section 16, we move on to the next section, which is section 17. Friends, section 17, the main three parts that deal with it are, section 17 deals with the apportionment. Let me make it yes. I know you must all be very tired, and in another half an hour, we are going to have our dinner break too. So dinner break, it's going to be a dinner time. So you have to be with me for next half an hour, so that I really want to discuss some important points for which the amendment, the changes in the portal are just being made in the portal itself. Have a look. If I talk about apportionment, section 17, 17.1, 17.2, 17.3, basis of the rule 42-43. Friends, some people say that 42-43 are very difficult to comply with. I will share with you an Excel sheet with the proper mechanism and the examples that how we have to comply with the rule 42 and 43. How to specifically Rule 43, sometimes we feel that there are so many changes. I will, with the examples I will be sharing you, that is the part of the PPT itself in the Excel format too, that how we have to, at the year end, how we have to comply with Rule 42 and 43. Now, 17.1 says, if you are using it for partly for business, partly for others, then partly for business, the input tax credit is available. And for the part you are using it for the other purposes, the ITC is not available. Person should be a registered person. 17.2 says you are using one product for taxable as well as exempt supplies. Taxable available, exempt not available. Now, if I talk about these sections, what is the meaning of exempt supply is very, very important. Very important. Now, let me talk about, let me ask you one question, and I assume that you all will be giving the correct answer. If I talk about high C sales, bond sales, these are not taxable under GST. Example, goods were coming from USA and here it is Indian customs. Before the goods entered Indian custom, these goods were getting imported by Mr. A. But before these goods reached India, Mr. A sold goods to Mr. B when the goods were in high seas. This transaction, now let's suppose 1 lakh rupees was the price. 1 lakh rupees was the price. Mr. A sold goods to Mr. B on 1,20,000. In income tax, you will show 20,000 as your income. And as you know, now the provisions of TDS, TCS also comes into picture in income tax. But for GST purposes, the transaction, the profit earned by Mr. A, 20,000 is irrelevant. In GST, Mr. A, you are out of the picture. Mr. B is the importer of the goods and IGST of customs will be levied on 1,20,000 when Mr. B will go for custom clearance. It means high C sales transactions are not a supply. The transaction which took place between Mr. A and B, likewise the merchant trading means the goods before coming to India were sold to China. Merchant trading transaction, in bond, warehouse, before custom clearance, the goods were sold, not taxable. All the three transactions are Schedule 3 transactions. My question to you is, I incurred certain expenses. Mr. A incurred certain expenses for high C sales transaction. Whether that will be a part of exempt supply or not. No. Although no tax is payable by Mr. A on the amount of 1,20,000 sales, 20,000 of profit which he earned, no reversal of ITC. Reason, the exempt supply for the purpose of apportionment or blocked credit says only 5B, sale of land and building is only to be considered for exempt supply. All the transactions that are there in Schedule 3, like in-bond transaction, high C sales transaction, although no tax is payable on this, no reversal of ITC. Sale of land and sale of building are to be considered. If you have made sale of land, yes, it is exempt supply. Then the proportionate will come. Rule 42-43 will become applicable. Second thing, for transaction in securities, yes, it will be an exempt supply. Third, let's suppose I am a person who is an advocate. I am getting 10 lakh rupees as rental income and 40 lakh rupees as my advocate income. On advocate income, I'm not supposed to discharge GST because this is liable to RCM. This amount of the advocate, his total amount is 50 lakhs. This 40 lakh proportionate credit will be reversed. Supplies on which recipient is liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis when another person is discharging tax on your behalf, that will be a part of your exempt supply. Rule 4243, I will be sharing with you with the proper examples and detail being the part of the PPT. And when there is an exempt and taxable supply both for business and then rule 4243 will come into picture. Partial common credits allowed and another partial of the common credits on the basis of turnover will be disallowed. For input and input services, we have rule 42 and for capital goods, we have rule 43. Now, let me come to the section 17, subsection 5, the blocked credits. And the first in the list is none other than the motor vehicles. I will be coming to the demo cars also. I know this is a ticklish issue. If I talk about motor vehicles, my dear friends, now the law is pretty clear. What? If the vehicle is below 13 sitters, the credit is not eligible. 13 sitters or below that, credit is not eligible. Credit is eligible if it is 13 sitter or more. The credit will be eligible. For the, I'm not talking about the goods vehicle. I'm talking about the motor vehicles for the transportation of persons. Transportation of persons, if it is not more than 13, the credit will be ineligible, blocked credit, although the conditions of section 16 stands covered. Section 17 is a hindrance to the free flow of credit. Friends, it is allowed only in the cases if you are in the further supply of motor vehicle, Hero Honda agency, another car agencies, you are further supplying it, it is your goods, it will be allowed. If you are in the transportation of passengers, allowed. Now, my question to you is, my client is not in the transportation of passengers, it does not issue the tickets. Tickets issue nahi karta. What he does, he has given the vehicle on hiring. I give you example. I have a bus, I have given it on to Mr. S for hiring. Mr. S is using it for the transportation of passenger. For transportation of passenger, Mr. S, okay. But what about me? The vehicle is in my name. I have purchased the motor vehicle. Will the credit be eligible? Neither I am doing the further. For the time being, I'm not further supplying. I'm not selling the motor vehicle. I'm not using it for transportation of passengers. I'm not using it for the driving training purposes. No, I'm not covered by the 3 exception which says credit allowed. Now the question arises, what about me? I give you a food for thought. The word written here is further supply. A disputed view can arise. Supply includes sale as well as rentals as well as leasing. Directly saying, the department will say, no, it is not allowed because you are not in the further supply. But to my considered view, a litigative approach is supply includes barter, exchange, leasing, renting, everything. Now read it. Motor vehicle below 13 sitter, not more than 13, will be allowed the credit only if it is used for further supply of rentals. The credit becomes eligible. So a different view, a different perspective to check that. And now the law is pretty clear. जिस मोटर व्हीकल का क्रेडिट मिलेगा उसी की इंश्योरेंस, उसी की सर्विसिंग, उसी की रिपेयर एंड मेंटेनेंस का क्रेडिट मिलेगा. अगर मोटर व्हीकल का क्रेडिट एलायबल नहीं है, इसका भी क्रेडिट एलिजिबल नहीं होगा. Now, for the input tax credit on demo cars, my dear friends, there are two advanced rulings which allow that yes, demo cars are there because demo cars the person further resells. As a result, the input tax credit is eligible, except one advanced ruling which says no, it is a capital asset, it does not satisfy the condition of 17.5, and as a result not eligible. But in all practical scenarios, we are taking the credit of demo cars because these are later on sold after a particular time period and the input tax credit is being availed. Now, other than that, lots of lists and lots of points are there, and we are left with such a short time. Food and beverages, membership, life insurance, healthcare services. If I talk about these services, these are all blocked credit. Beauty treatments, cosmetics, these are all denied credits. One question comes, scheme and insurance policy. My dear friends, if you are providing any sort of services to your employees which are obligatory, now you see, this first proviso is here and the second proviso is here. The first proviso is only with that point which says if you are providing any sort of food and beverages and you are in the same outward supply caterer, input be same, output be same, the credit will be eligible. But for all it says, when the services are eligible, when you are providing the goods or services which are obligated by the law, the same are allowable. So if I talk about scheme and insurance policy, although that is a life insurance policy, but a question arises that what about the scheme and insurance policy? A litigative view can be taken as the person concerned is liable to pay the compensation to the employees. That is why he has taken the scheme and insurance policy which was obligated by the law, and the credit for the same should be made available. आप कोई cab hire करते, you give it to your employee concerned, the credit is eligible only if it is obligatory for an employer to provide it to the employee. Of course, it is in the course of furtherance of business because you are providing it to your employee, but available when it is obligated by the law. Otherwise, rent a cab, the food and beverages, the catering services are all in the negative list. The credit is not available. 17.5C and 17.5D. I will just take two more topics, 17.5CD, because with this 17 section will also be over, and suspension, because a question arises, what if I take the credit even if it is not appearing in my 2A or 2B? So for that, I would like to bring to your notice one point. Please listen to 17.5C. Friends, 17.5C talks about works contract service. अगर आप कोई works contract service लेते हैं for the construction of an immovable property, except if you are in the further supply of goods and services, input will not be eligible, although you are making your hotel, although you are making a mall, although you are making your own office. What are the exceptions? First, property can be movable. Credit allowed because it denies only immovable. Works contract is now related to only immovable. Second, credit allowed if it is plant and machinery. Third, credit allowed if you are in a further supply of works contract. It is from the supplier viewpoint. Supplier viewpoint. Works contract services, when supplied, you are providing, you are eligible to take the input of that works contract service if I am further supplying the works contract. Example, I am a contractor making an office. I say another subcontractor to do that contract for me. Eligible. Further supply of works contract. If it is related to movable, allowed. Plant and machinery, allowed. I give you an example. Now, please have a look on this example very carefully. This is a person B. B gave a contract to C, ki Mr. C, please come and make my particular property. I want to have your plumbing works, electrical works, paint job, plastering of walls, anything which is related to immovable property is a works contract, provided goods plus services. Now, Mr. C goes to Mr. S and says, you do the work of Mr. B. You do the work of Mr. B. Now, my dear friends, Mr. C is covered by exception because his output is also works contract, his input is also works contract. Mr. C is covered by exception. Credit will be eligible to Mr. C of the bill of Mr. S. Of the bill of Mr. S. But Mr. B, who will be getting the bill of Mr. C, will not be eligible because he is output services not same. He is getting his office ready. He is, although it is in the course or furtherance of business, it will not be allowed. Plant and machinery does not only include the apparatus or the equipments, even the foundation on which it is built. Likewise, 17.5D. Abhi, I will talk about the linkage in the next example, and I hope you will enjoy that. Goods or services. Previously, it was talking about only and only works contract. Now it says any goods, any services, any goods and services. Of course, services includes the works contract also here. Plus, kuch bhi liya aapne, anything. Plus, you are using it for the construction. It's not a P&L item. It's a construction. Kiski? Of the immovable property. All right. Kab? Although on your own account for your personal use, apne liye. On account does not mean personal use. I am on account, whether personal or business, I am making my own office. Whether personal or business use, चाहे मैंने घर बनवाया, चाहे मैंने business का office बनवाया, चाहे मैंने factory construct कराई, whatever I did, input tax credit of these goods and services will not be available. So when it will be available? अरे उल्टा कर दीजिए ना, provided movable हो, provided plant और machinery का हो, और capitalize नहीं है, P&L की item है, not for the purpose of construction. Then you will be eligible, otherwise you will not be eligible. More clear the provision will be. Have a look on the next illustration. Now see, Rajat and Company gave contract to Construct India. Okay, you please make a mall building. Rajat and Company will not get the credit. I know about the Safari Retreat judgment. I will be discussing, but first let me discuss the law, because Safari Retreat is there pending with the Honorable Supreme Court. Rajat and Company not eligible for ITC. Second case, Mr. Neil, he gave a contract to Messrs Constructs India for repair and maintenance. Credit eligible. It is repair and maintenance. I said construction, capitalized, eligible. Third, most important case study. Most important. Messrs Dinesh and Company gave a contract. Now see, actually this happens. Dinesh and Company was the starter. He gave a contract to Messrs Build India. Okay, Messrs Build India, you make a particular thing to construct a road. They further give it to Opto Construction, you subcontracted. Now look, Mr. Dinesh is barred by 17.5C. He is taking works contract service from Messrs Build India. Not allowed. Not allowed. 17.5C bars him. Messrs Build India allowed. Output also same, input also same, covered by the exception, input allowed. What about Opto Construction? What about Opto Construction? Now see, friends, Opto Construction output is surely works contract. But where in the 17CD, 17.5D is the exception that it should be in the same line of business like in 17C, 17.5C. Please understand the difference. 17.5C as an exception. What? Same line of business, further supply works contract. Same does not exist in 17.5D. Meaning thereby, now what about Opto? Friends, Opto would have purchased goods and services from the market. वो सीमेंट लेके आया, उसने लेबर हायर किया ऑप्टो कंस्ट्रक्शन में. What will happen? Opto construction has not purchased in its own account. Opto construction has purchased it on account of another person. That because it is not on account, input tax credit to Opto construction will be allowed. So he can claim the input tax credit. 17.5C, 17.5D will not come into picture. My dear friends, बहुत सारे लोगों को ये प्रॉब्लम आती है किस चीज पे क्रेडिट मिलेगा, किस पे नहीं मिलेगा. For your ease, I have given a chart here of around 15 items like lift, storage tanks, windows, AC plant, gen sets, DG sets, electric fittings, building repair, along with the supportive case law, किसका input मिलेगा और किसका input नहीं मिलेगा. So, barring safari retreat, friends, अगर आपका कोई client आता है and he says you that I'm making a mall owing to safari retreat, what should I do? Safari retreat is pending, SLP is pending before the Honorable Supreme Court. It may take time. Meanwhile, section 16, subsection 4 time period might be over. My client also came to me. I said him, I will take the credit. Sir, मैंने उसके सारे credits लिए because Safari retreat was based upon free flow of credit होना चाहिए, and it says section 17.5 itself is against the object of GST law. So section 17 subsection 5 is against the law, and that is why it was let down by Odisha High Court, pending with SLP now. But he says, if I say him, let the judgment come. Meanwhile, section 16.4 will come into picture. Now what we have done? We said him, avail the credit, take the credit, put it in your 3B. And we wrote a letter to the jurisdictional officer owing to the pendency of the proceedings before the Honorable Court. We are availing the input tax credit subject to no interest and penalty. If the judgment comes, if it is a favorable judgment, we will utilize that amount. If the judgment will be against, we will be reversing that amount. So just avail that. Don't utilize that if you have a conservative view. But by this way, if the favorable judgment comes, the benefit of that will accrue to your client concern. Friends, lots more provisions are there, but all are the part of PPT, how 2B has to be checked. Even now your 2B and 3B are directly linked. Which things will be showing in your 2B? How these are, which credits are ineligible in 2B? I have presented a complete picture. But just sir, can I take just 2-3 minutes? 2 minutes more, just this provision.
Sure.
Okay. Friends, you all know fake invoicing has been on its verge. Supplier, receiver, they were already covered by the penal provisions, prosecution provisions, provisional attachments. Although in Radhakrishnan, Supreme Court said it's a draconian power, but for fake invoicing, it is required. The mediator also got covered under 122(1)(a). And mediator is also defined. It does not mean whosoever files the return, who retains the benefit. Although department practically considers every person as a mediator for only 4 transactions. Invoice diya, supply nahi hai, supply hai, invoice nahi hai, and likewise. Friends, a major change in input tax credit. Firstly, they brought 3 measures. 3 measures. What? If you will not file your 3B, you will not be able to file your GSTR1. The provision will now be implemented on the portal also. Second, cancellation and suspension the main provision. Sometimes our clients, who is a tax compliant person, says, credit is not reflecting in my 2A or 2B. Should I take the credit? It is a genuine purchase. Section 16 conditions are fulfilled. Friends, please make sure about the Rule 21 and 21A. Rule 21A, suspension provision has been brought in with effect from 1st January 2021, which says if your outward supply in 1 and 3B is not matching, if your input is not matching with your 2A or 2B, your number can be suspended. And this suspension, first the number will be suspended, then you will be informed that, look, your number has been suspended. If you have any explanation to give, come and give. If officer is satisfied, he will revoke it. Otherwise, he will keep your number suspended. It can lead to huge harassment. We all know the way department is using Rule 86A. Although I put in the judgment that you cannot directly simply block the credit, but yes, those are getting utilized, the provisions. And for 86A, there are certain conditions that needs to be fulfilled. If those are not complied with, the one cannot block your ITC, and that to the ITC, which has become your vested right, for which you have fulfilled all the conditions. So we need to stand for it. Even if the fake invoicing notices comes, please don't directly go for it to buy peace of mind. Sometimes people says, I have availed the ITC if it is actually a fake invoicing and the party concerned has taken the credits. Please get it reversed and intimate to the department. Doing so suo moto. There are judgments of Pratibha Processors and Bombay Dines which says if you have taken the credit and reversed it suo moto, it will not be subject to penalty. So with this note, I just end up the deliberation. The PPT for the same will be shared with you. Thank you so much for the patient listening. Over to you, Deepak ji.
Thank you so much, ma'am. An excellent presentation. You have been speaking almost non-stop. Before we start question answers, you want to have a sip of water?
No, I am perfectly okay, sir. You please continue.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, Deepak, please take a question.
Yeah. Query on the input tax credit on capital goods vessel. Service on transportation of goods by inland waterways, ITC never availed on repair services because output service is exempt. Now vessel is being sold. GST levied and collected from buyer. Can ITC on repair services be claimed and utilized now? Some services of repair of vessel were availed in March 21, on which input was paid but ITC was not availed. Sale of vessel was done in the month of July 21.
Deepak ji, to the extent I could understand the question because it's related to dates. He's saying that because my output service was exempt, he has not taken the input tax credit. All right. Now he's selling the vehicle. Sir, when is it after the period of 5 years or is it before the period of 5 years?
He's silent on that.
He's silent on it. Now let me come to the point. When your output is exempt and per year, even if he takes the credit because his entire output was exempt, divided, what is the rule for the taking for the credits? Divided by 60, multiplied by the turnover ratio of every month. The credit was supposed to be reversed. 100% exempt services, the credit eligibility would have been 0. And if it 5 years have been crossed, the credit will itself become 0. There is no benefit. And now, as the time periods has also elapsed, so as a result, when the input tax credit of a particular purpose for which it was intended to use, it was not intended that he will sell the asset. No. So as a result, the credit is not eligible and it cannot be availed. Directly, whatever is the sale amount, as he has not availed the credit, he is supposed to discharge the tax on the same. I gave this example when I gave the example of hospital in my presentation too.
Correct. The next question is, the builder has to pay RCM for the deficit purchases if his purchases are less than 80% norm from the GST registered assessees for the affordable housing project. can he claim the credit for the RCM paid by him for the payment of output tax on the sale of flats?
Sir, he is talking about 9 subsection 4 RCM and not 9 subsection 3 RCM. It is particularly applicable on the builders. Friend, if it is an RCM, because 80% purchases are not made for registered dealer, you are supposed to discharge the RCM. Cement, 100%. You are supposed to pay at the rate of 28%. Other services, 18%. Now, you might have two types of outputs, exempt as well as taxable. Which exempt? Residential sales, 1%, 5. Credit ineligible. If you say you have to reverse, applying rule 43 or rule 42 based on floor-based exemption, floor area, FSI, and for the commercial on which he is paying full rate of tax, the credit will only be eligible for other than RREP projects. If it is RREP project, for that, no credit eligible only for the purpose of proportionate credit equivalent to sale of commercial plots under other than RREP. That's all.
Perfect. Do we need to give credit note for the export sale on payment of IGST has been returned back? She is trying to say the export has been returned back. If yes, can we claim IGST paid at the time of re-import of goods exported, that is sale return?
Sir, what happens? My party is particularly into exports. I tell you what is the mechanism we follow. Whenever the export is done and there is any return, yes, we issue the credit notes for the purpose of export sale return also. When the goods are brought back, that are done on the same bill of entry that was filed at the time. No fresh thing is being done. Yes, a question. First answer, yes, the credit notes need to be issued. And if you are making export without payment of tax, your export amount will be reduced by the purchase return and accordingly lesser refund will be available. But similarly, if you are doing it with payment of taxes, so there the issue arises. Sometimes the full amount is being, the credit notes doesn't get reflected. Rather, this is more an issue in debit notes, not in credit notes. So definitely your export amount, whether with payment, without payment, will get reduced. The refund amount will get reduced. There is no question of ITC. When the goods are brought back, again, the custom duty is not levied. It is on the original bill of entry itself. So the question of ITC does not come into picture.
Ma'am, do we need to pay GST under RCM even in case of registered person? Because the acts talk about the applicability of RCM only if transporter pay tax at the rate of 5%. Then what about supply received from unregistered persons?
Deepakji, I'm not so clear. Is he particularly talking about transportation?
Yes, transportation from unregistered. Yeah, transportation from unregistered transporters.
Sir, transportation from the unregistered transport person, you are supposed to pay RCM at the rate of 5%. Secondly, if you are purchasing, you are taking the transportation services from a registered person, he is supposed to charge tax in the forward charge at the rate of 12%. If he has taken the option of forward charge, in that case, no RCM is liable to be payable.
Perfect. Is the entitlement to take credit arising from the amount appearing in 2A? When does the credit appear in electronic credit ledger?
Sir, amount appears in the electronic credit ledger on the furnishing of 3B. When you furnish 3B, amount reflects in your GSTR 3B and in the electronic credit ledger itself. Now, talking about, sir, there are two things. Section 16, subsection 1 itself clarifies. Taking in credit ledger and taking the credit and crediting to electronic credit ledger. So taking the credit means in your books of accounts and crediting it to electronic credit ledger means filing of 3B.
Can a bank claim input on DICGC insurance amount paid?
Sir, for banks, they are, as per the provisions of section 17, they have the option that either whatever inputs are there, they can take 50% of the credit because their interest is exempt supply and the other processing charges, other charges are taxable supplies. So either they can go on actual basis or otherwise all the banks adhere to 50%. They take input tax credit at the rate of 50% of whatever inputs are accruing to them.
ITC availed on stocks and assets destroyed in fire and subsequently insurance claim was received. What is the GST implication?
Sir, insurance claim received is not a supply as per Schedule 3. These are actionable claims, not covered under GST. So whatever insurance claim you have received is not liable, but owing to the provisions of Section 17, subsection 5, you are supposed to reverse the ITC. On the goods.
Sir, another 10-12 questions are there. How do you want us to suggest?
Sir, as you want. If you want to send that to me and you want me to reply them, otherwise I can do the same. No problem.
Perfect. Then we'll take another 2-3 questions. Then we'll stop it.
Sure.
A registered person.
I know it's all dinner time, right?
No,
so
no,
I can
ma'am.
understand. They have been doing it. You people also have been doing it for so long.
No, your session itself is a complete dinner, ma'am. So we are still active.
No, that's my pleasure.
Please, Deepak, please take your questions.
A registered person who has availed.
Sorry, Deepak, more than 1,650 members are still watching, ma'am, your program. They chose presentation. Deepak, please carry on.
Yeah, a registered person who has availed input tax credit on supply of goods but failed to pay the supplier even after 180 days. Here the question is, I am the seller, so how can I reverse ITC which I was already transferred to customer, and how to file GST return? Kindly clarify. Sir,
he is a person. I need to say it again.
Sir, basically his question is his customer has not paid him 180 days within 180 days, so he has to reverse. His customer has to reverse it. He is saying, what should I do? What should I do?
You need not to do anything because he has not paid. It's his purchases. And when it's his purchases, he's supposed to reverse it and pay the interest. So no benefit accrues to the person concerned. So there is no implication. See, whosoever is purchasing, taking the ITC, not making the payment, in that case, the benefit is of the government concerned and the loss is of the purchaser only who has taken the ITC. He is supposed to reverse the ITC. The government will be getting the credit back as well as the interest portion. No benefit to the seller person.
Can we pass the debit note and then pass another credit note? Or can we pass a credit note now and pass another debit note when they make the payment?
That is a practice which is generally being followed. That I tell you what happens. Jaise 6 months expire hone wale hote hai na, what the people do, they enter into a transaction. They cancel the original invoice, but please make it sure. And one point through this platform, I really want to clarify, which practically I have seen in many of the big MNCs too. Credit or debit note in GST, my dear friends, has to be issued by the supplier only. You know what people are doing? मैं तुम्हें credit note देता हूँ, तुम मुझे debit note दे दो. No, it is the supplier only. अगर वो माल वापस होता है, the goods are returned, they are supposed to issue the credit notes. If there is any increased amount, the supplier only has to give the debit note. No contra document is required from another side. Firstly, let's make it very, very clear in GST. It casts responsibility only and only on the supplier of the goods to issue the credit or debit notes. Now, what happens if it is an arrangement? 6 months are going to pass. You come to me and say, oh, I have to reverse it. There are particular provisions there in Deepakji which says in which conditions the credit note can be issued. Return of goods. If you show it as a return of goods along with e-way bill, there was actual return, okay. When there is difference in some valuation, So the practice which is followed, okay, issue the credit note. That is not correct credit note as per the GST law. This point needs to be clarified to each and every person who enter into such sort of transaction.
The last question, for an 100% EOU, can input credit be rejected if no LUT is filed? Can there be an mere filing, non-filing of LUT, can credit be denied?
Sir, if you are not filing your LUT, you are subject to pay tax on output. Input cannot be denied. Your refund you will not be getting, because that will be what will happen. You have to pay tax on output. It will become with payment of tax, and then you can take the refund of with payment of tax. Non-furnishing of LUT, input cannot be denied. However, the output will become taxable. So they can demand tax on output. And we have done in some client, it was they missed filing of LUT. We paid the taxes, and then we took the refund under the paid tax category. We got that. So there is no problem, no ITC denial.
One more interesting question, ma'am. IGST paid on input is based on exchange rate adopted by the custom authorities.
Sorry, sir, a bit slow, please.
Deepak, come again, please.
Sorry. IGST paid on imports is based on exchange rate adopted by custom authorities.
Absolutely.
Which is on the higher side than the exchange rate existed at the time of remittance.
Yes.
This resulted in higher input credit, causing accumulation of ITC in credit ledger.
So the person is exporting or importing?
Importing.
He's importing. Okay.
Yeah. So this has resulted in, he wants to say that he has made payment less, but paid ITC more on the customs rates.
Sir, exchange rate fluctuations are not taxable in GST. Those are not taxable. If you are importing the goods, whatever amount is there in your bill of entry, that will be considered as your purchase amount. Whatever, even my dear friend, if you see the column, the table of 9C form, it also says in your books, there can be exchange rate fluctuations. You can add or subtract it. That is not a supply under GST.
Okay. So there is no question of the claiming refund on the extra part.
No, sir, that's not a supply for which he is talking about. Whatever IGST is paying as per the bill of entry, for that he is liable for the input. That's all. So there is no question of any sort of exchange rate fluctuations. Even if there is any income or there is any loss, that is not a GST item.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Chairman, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Deepak. Ma'am, no words, only claps.
My pleasure.
And excellent presentation. Is very much lucid, and it's a power pack. Literally, it's a power pack, and it shows your command on a subject. Thank you for accepting our invitation from an Hyderabad branch and sharing your expertise on the relevant topic today. And looking forward to your presentation physically in Hyderabad. And once everything is got normal, we request you to come Hyderabad and have a one. And we are looking forward to your continuous support for an Hyderabad branch, ma'am. And as a token
Thank you so much, sir. It's indeed my pleasure. And I was literally thinking that the people must be very tired. I've been speaking for so long, but your words were really so motivational. And I'm thankful to the entire team. They are sitting up to 8:20. It is going to be. Thank you so much, Mr. Rao, Mr. Deepak, Satish Ji, Mr. Chinna, whom all I can see on my screen. Thank you so much to all the participants who were there, and Deepak Ji he was representing them all today for me. Thank you so much for their patient listening, and indeed I look forward there. I always say Rajendra sir also that I look forward to come to Karnataka someday. So definitely, thank you so much.
Yeah, general trend is, ma'am, when time goes, members, delegates who has joined, no, they log off. But in your case, it's showing number is getting increased. It started from 1200 to 1689 as of now, and it shows the wonderful presentation of you. And ma'am, as a token of thanks from an Hyderabad branch, we request you to kindly accept virtual certificate of appreciation from Hyderabad.
My pleasure indeed, sir.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for this opportunity to interact on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And Delegates, thank you so much for your active participation. Request you to join by tomorrow, sharp by 4 o'clock. And so my sincere apologies for today's delay in the inaugural session, as presidents are joined a little bit late. And tomorrow's sessions, we have 3 technical sessions. I would like to announce about tomorrow's session. And first session 4 to 5:30 is an important GST issues under litigation. And 5:30 to 6:30, beneficial scheme to members by committee for members in practice by Prasanna Kumar. First session important of GST issues under litigation is going to taken care by the CA and Advocate Bimal Jain sir from New Delhi. And third session is very much important, practical issues and representation before tax authorities, section 68, 69, 115 BBE. We have all filed an representation before authorities, and we are these demonetization cases under appellate stage. And now request all of you to join by tomorrow by sharp 4 o'clock. Thank you so much, ma'am, and I thank all the managing committee members for supporting this webinar, and I also thank committee for supporting the Hyderabad branch for organizing here. And see you all. Good night.
Bye, Bye, Anthony.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Deepak, and thank you, Satish. Thank you, yes.
Thank you, Chairman sir. Thank you.
Yeah, please join by tomorrow 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Excellent presentation. We had 2 back-to-back sixes in the first day. So the first day of the test match is very good.
Very good. And hope tomorrow also is very excellent speaker. Naveen Karewal from Bangalore is going to speak on demonetization issues. And again, Bimal Jain sir is a super and GST. And anyhow, Prasanna sir is going to speak on beneficial scheme for members. And tomorrow also expecting the same. Let us meet tomorrow by 4 o'clock. Thank you all. Till then,
Signing off the day. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Jai Hind.
Thank you.